Chapter 21-26. Arrangements. This was a spatial restraint. Before the Celestial King tier, the regulations of space were superior to the 5 elements, and most people cultivated the 5 elements. Thus, anyone who cultivated the regulations of space would be superior to others by nature. Yulan Fenghua showed a hint of arrogance. This was the secret technique unique to the Imperial Void Celestial King. Among the Imperial Void Celestial King's 9 disciples, he was the only one who had grasped this secret technique. Beneath the heavenly pillar, Ling Han's limbs would be restrained, as if he was suppressed by the pillar of heaven. Boom! He sent out a palm strike directly at Ling Han's chest. If this blow landed, Ling Han would definitely sustain serious injury. However, Yulan Fenghua had deliberately avoided his mind, which could be considered as having fulfilled his previous promise. As long as Ling Han could survive 100 moves from him, he would spare Ling Han's life. Ling Han smiled faintly. The space around him warped as if countless mirrors had come to being. Ling Han's image could be seen everywhere. You can use regulations of space and you think I can't. Yulan Fenghua immediately came to an abrupt stop. That was because he could not distinguish which was the real Ling Han at all. All of them exuded an aura that made it seem like they were the real one, but how could so many true selves exist? So they had to be false. Then where was the real one? Great spatial cut. He was only taken aback for a moment, and then immediately used another celestial technique. The pseudo-celestial tool in his hold glowed, and sent out a streak of light that was 30,000 meters long, slashing out at his surroundings. Instantly the space was shattered. Those images of Ling Han also shattered into pieces. Finally, Ling Han's true self appeared. He was standing in the air 300 meters away, and his 2 divided souls stood beside him. Yulan Fenghua stood, sword in hand. You are indeed very strong, but definitely no match for me. Where does your confidence come from? Ling Han asked smilingly. He had not used Great Clash of Source Powers. He was sure that if he used this move, even if Yulan Fenghua did not die, he would definitely not dare to take a second attack from him. That is because I really am that strong. Yulan Fenghua declared proudly, pressing out his left hand at Ling Han. Chang, multiple divine chains of regulations shot out, turning into a web that sealed off all paths of retreat for Ling Han. Ling Han also pressed out his left hand, the regulation of slaughter activating. Sword Qi danced wildly, slashing the divine chains of regulations that Yulan Fenghua had shot out into bits. He launched an offensive, and the heaven-destroying 9 swords was used, its vicious might soaring sky-high. The 2 great prodigies clashed, and one celestial technique after another was cast. The explosive tension became heavier and heavier, and the might of their secret techniques also became stronger and stronger. All prodigies were proud, especially for overlords of monarch tiers like them. If their cultivation levels were close, then they would definitely want to win, and Yulan Fenghua's pressure was clearly heavier because he had the advantage of a minor level over Ling Han. Even if Ling Han forced him to a tie, he could not accept it either. Otherwise, how could he bring himself to face others in future? Unleashing a battle cry, his whole person became ethereal. One after another, spatial spikes shot out from his body. Each one was the overwhelming blow of the pinnacle of Heaven Soul, and it was guaranteed that even a Heaven Soul monarch tier would be incredibly troubled by this. Ling Han had no wish to easily expose the secret of the toughness of his physique. Thus, he also used regulations of space and manifested thousands of himself. No matter how strong your attack was, so what? If it could not hit me, it was completely useless. The 2 prodigies were continuously and endlessly battling intensely like that. Sometimes, it would be Ling Han beating down on Yulan Fenghua, while at other times, it was Yulan Fenghua instead that was suppressing Ling Han. Offensive and defensive switched from one side to the other at a shocking speed, and neither of them could truly claim the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Yulan Fenghua suddenly laughed loudly. He took the initiative to stop and said, "Your strength is close to mine, and it would be meaningless for us to continue fighting. Why don't we call a ceasefire now?" Sure. Ling Han nodded. All that he had done was merely to make his way into the Imperial Void sect, so he naturally wouldn't really battle Yulan Fenghua to the death. If he was really serious, he would have used the Great Clash of Source Powers. The destructive power of that was enough to destroy the heavens and earth, and was even capable of blasting a hole through the void. Come, Brother Han, let us have a nice chat. Yulan Fenghua pulled on Ling Han's hand, presenting an image of good friends and brothers. All the members of the Lu clan exchanged looks. They were done just like that. Hadn't he said that he would kill Ling Han? And now, the Lu clan was already razed to the ground with many of their members dead. Whom were they going to seek justice from? But Yulan Fenghua was the holy son of the Imperial Void sect, while they were only the descendants of a courtesan. How could they compare? Furthermore, the gap in power was practically the difference between heaven and earth, so they had best just keep quiet. Who knew they might even anger Yulan Fenghua into eliminating them? Yulan Fenghua was smiling very brightly on the surface, but killing intent was already shifting quietly in his heart. He could do nothing against Ling Han, but he was also sure that Ling Han could not do anything to him. However, Ling Han was inferior to him by a minor level. Thus, in a battle of equal cultivation levels, he was definitely no match for Ling Han. Which also meant that the latter was even more freakishly genius than himself. He definitely could not allow this kind of prodigy to exist in his eyes, and he was determined to eliminate him. Thus, he had to appease Ling Han first, and then set up some arrangements to get rid of Ling Han. Someone that was even more freakish than himself could not be allowed to exist in this world, at least not someone without any kind of background like Ling Han. He had already left the Lu clan town with Ling Han, though it had already been razed to the ground. Then they found a restaurant, sat facing each other and began to talk. Yulan Fenghua was trying to worm info out of Ling Han, and Ling Han was attempting the same thing. Yulan Fenghua wanted to know of Ling Han's origins. If this guy was connected to a ninth heaven celestial king or even heavenly venerable tier, then even he would not dare to act recklessly. And Ling Han wanted to know more about the Imperial Void sect, so there was naturally no simpler, more direct means than asking the holy son of the Imperial Void sect. Additionally, Ling Han also wanted to know which heavenly realm he was in. If he were to ask directly, others would probably laugh themselves to death. You didn't even know where you yourself were? After talking for a long time, the two of them finally gained some information that they each needed. Yulan Fenghua had confirmed that Ling Han did not come from any kind of powerful background, but was truly very talented and had extremely good luck, while Ling Han also found out some facts about the Imperial Void sect. At least he found out which heavenly realm he was currently in. 10,000 Splendors Heaven, which lay adjacent to the Rock Heaven. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had not been diverted too far away. Brother Ling, are you interested in paying a visit to the Imperial Void sect? Yulan Fenghua offered an invitation to Ling Han. With your natural talent, Brother Ling, my master may also appreciate you, and might even take you in as a disciple. Here it comes. Ling Han was not willing to believe that the other man would really be so kind. Instead, he only wished to deceive him into entering the Imperial Void sect. By then, with Yulan Fenghua's status, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him secretly with a trap. However, this fell in line with Ling Han's own plans. He wanted to enter into the Imperial Void sect, and finally enter into the sealed emotion palace with that as his stepping stone. However, it was not now. I still have some private matters to settle, so maybe a while later, Ling Han replied. He wanted to go to the Rock Palace first. That could no longer wait. When? Yulan Fenghua asked, unwilling to resign. Ling Han thought for a moment and then said, we'll set the time at 100 years from now then. All right, then I will wait for Brother Ling's arrival at the Imperial Void sect. Yulan Fenghua was not the type to worry about his gains and losses. Immediately he clapped his hands. To Celestials, 100 years, time would pass practically with a snap of the fingers. Ling Han nodded and said, I will take my leave. Please. Yulan Fenghua stood up to send him off. Ling Han had already achieved his goal for this trip, so he naturally would not loiter around much longer. His only purpose for deliberately taking this detour was the Imperial Void sect. You have to consider seriously, Small Tower spoke up suddenly. Chapter 21-27, Besieged. What do you mean? Ling Han asked. The Imperial Void Celestial King is no ordinary Ninth Heaven Celestial King. His strength is unfathomable, and is just a thread's breadth away from Heavenly Venerable Tier, Small Tower said solemnly. If he was given a few more epochs, he may really be able to break the great limits of heaven and earth, and successfully attain Heavenly Venerable Tier. If he gets curious about you, there is no way you would be able to keep any secrets. Ling Han nodded and replied, it's fine. It's just an idea in my head for now. It's not like I am so determined to go. However, could it be that there is no way that I could fool the eyes of a Ninth Heaven Celestial King, or even a Heavenly Venerate? If the one he was talking to was not Small Tower, it would be absolutely impossible for Ling Han to voice out such a question. To fool the eyes of a ninth heaven celestial king, or even a heavenly venerate. Was he joking? However, Small Tower was a heavenly venerable tier tool, so perhaps there was indeed some way possible. Small Tower paused, and after a while it finally said, "There is a secret technique in the Heavenly Saint Palace that can fool the heavens and earth, and coordinating with your power of the 5-element source powers, it should be possible for you to temporarily deceive a ninth heaven celestial king. However, if the Imperial Void Celestial King observes you carefully, don't even think of hiding anything. Don't you even think about Heavenly Venerable Tier. This has surpassed the regulations of heaven and earth, and has touched directly on essence." Ling Han nodded. Apparently he really needed to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint Palace, and he could just see his son while he was at it. Who knew if this silly brat was still being imprisoned? He set out towards the rock heaven, his speed becoming faster and faster. Too many years had passed. He longed to see his parents and lovers again. Such thoughts became increasingly urgent and pressing. Now that he had grasped the powerful regulations of space, he used the void space and pushed his speed to the pinnacle. 2 months later he entered the rock heaven. It could not be helped. Even if his present speed had reached the pinnacle, that was still only the pinnacle of the dividing soul tier. Any immortal palace tier would be able to easily crush him. It was only 2 months and this was already very fast. After entering the rock heaven, he would occasionally see manifestations of chi forming multiple images of the rock in the air. However, he quickly saw arrows shoot from the ground and destroy these manifestations. At first, Ling Han thought this was only a random phenomenon, but after several times of the same thing happening, Ling Han finally realized that something was off. Xiao, another sharp arrow shot out and shattered the chi of the rock. Ling Han immediately flew, descending down towards where the sharp arrow had shot out from. His figure descended, and saw that a middle-aged man was just presently withdrawing the giant bow he was holding. It was dark green in color and even taller than the archer. "Brat, what are you looking at?" This middle-aged man tossed a glare at him, multiple great stars appearing in his pupils, and exuding a frightening aura. This was an immortal palace tier grade elite. Ling Han clasped his fists together in greeting and said, "This junior just happened to pass by, and coincidentally saw senior use your powerful technique." The arrow furiously shot through the skies, possessing boundless dominance. "I have thus deliberately come over, wishing to admire senior's graceful bearing." He could speak in a very caustic manner, causing others to stomp in fury, but at the same time, he could also speak in a way that made others feel very pleased and comfortable. This middle-aged man was very pleased by this compliment, and couldn't help but laugh loudly as he said, "That's right. I am renowned as the ultimate shot. 1 man and 1 arrow, and I can stop thousands of soldiers and horses in their tracks." He had been dispatched to stand guard here. It was actually quite boring and he just happened to encounter someone who admired him. Thus, even if this was only a junior, he could still help him pass some time. "Is senior here to hunt immortal beasts?" Ling Han feigned ignorance. You don't understand." The middle-aged man shook his head. "What I shot down earlier is called rock chi. According to legend, when the heaven and earth first split, the source beast, the rock, was born here. Thus, even if the rock has long since died, there would still be rock chi gushing out here. What is the use of it?" Ling Han still pretended to be very foolish and naive. The middle-aged man wanted to say something but then hesitated. He glanced at Ling Han and then clapped his head, saying, "If you were a woman, I would have suspected your motives. However, the Rock Palace does not accept male disciples, so you must have no relation with the Rock Palace. There is no harm telling you. Our 4 Seas Palace is presently besieging the Rock Palace, and destroying these rock chi is my mission. That can sever the source of power for the Rock Palace, and can also sever their fortune as well." The Rock Palace was a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force. The fact that the middle-aged man could personally come and participate in the battle to obliterate the Rock Palace would become something that he could be proud of in the future, and he would be able to boast about it for the rest of his life. The Rock Palace's circumstances had already deteriorated to this extent. Their enemies were already here destroying rock chi without the slightest reservations, which was equivalent to leaping on their heads, but the Rock Palace could not do anything about it. The circumstances were really extremely horrible. Ling Han continued trying to worm information out from the middle-aged man, and the latter was, firstly, bored and secondly, did not suspect any ulterior motives, and thought that since Ling Han was a man, he had to be unrelated to the Rock Palace. As long as it was nothing that touched on the top secrets of the Rock Palace, He just talked to his heart's content. However, even if he wanted to leak out those secrets, it would be impossible. Immortal Palace tiers could be considered elite in a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be involved in any top-secret matters. After chatting for a long time, Ling Han wanted to leave, but the middle-aged man still persistently held on to him, and talked about his past glories. His interest in talking was very high and he talked for over 2 days. Only then was the middle-aged man finally willing to let Ling Han leave. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. He had actually encountered a chatterbox. The Rock Palace was naturally highly renowned in the Rock Heaven. Ling Han only had to make some casual inquiries, and easily found out the way to the Rock Palace. After about a month, he finally arrived at the foot of the mountain beneath the Rock Palace. On his way here, he had also seen a great many people who were shattering rock chi like the middle-aged man, showing that the Rock Palace's present situation was really one of great peril. Ling Han did not directly ascend the mountain because he couldn't. There was presently an army that was unleashing a fierce offensive at the mountain entrance. He was initially stunned, but then relaxed because these troops were not powerful. The strongest among them was only at the ascending origin tier. Was an ascending origin tier not strong enough? In other forces, an ascending origin tier was indeed strong, and overwhelmingly strong at that. However, both the Four Seas Palace and Rock Palace were 9th Heaven Celestial King tier forces. Celestial Kings numbered in the hundreds, and ascending origin tier really could not be considered all that powerful. Thus, this was only a clash of ascending origin tier against ascending origin tier, which meant that this was just a small-scale skirmish, and neither side had gotten really serious yet. True enough, this battle only lasted 3 days before ending, and both sides withdrew their own troops. Ling Han still could not pass because the Four Seas Palace had sealed off the path of entry into the Rock Palace. Neither exit nor entry was possible. Previously, hearing the situation that Hunyo had described, the circumstances had not been as grim as this. Though the Four Seas Palace had penetrated into the Rock Heaven, it had not reached the extent that their swords were aimed directly at their main doors, but now it looked like they were close to eliminating the Rock Palace in a single move. What to do now? Ling Han thought for a moment and came up with an idea. When the Four Seas Palace launched an offensive the next time, he would pretend to be a soldier on the side of the Four Seas Palace and sneak in. After he had rushed out of the area the Four Seas Palace had sealed off, he would then reveal his true identity, and then he would be able to enter into the Rock Palace. But in that way, if he wanted to leave, his path would be paved with great difficulty. He had already exposed his face. If he wanted to come back out again, would the Four Seas Palace easily let him pass? Who cared? He would just enter first and then think about other things later. He waited patiently, and a mere 7 days later, the Four Seas Palace once again released a new wave of attacks. Charge! Ling Han called out loudly, mingling with the troops of the Four Seas Palace. In any case, he was a man, so there would definitely be no one who would suspect that he was on the side of the Rock Palace. Chapter 21-28, Looking for Someone Familiar. This was yet another small-scale skirmish. Ascending Origin tier elites would deliver a token assault, and Immortal Palace tier, Dividing Soul tier, and Severing Mundane tier Celestials would be tailing behind them. However, there was an extremely large number of troops, displaying the detailed power of a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier level force. Ling Han ran with the masses, calling out loudly a few times. Seeing the exaggerated expression on his face, others would think that he had some kind of deadly grudge against the Rock Palace. Brother, we are just cannon fodder, and this is above our pay grade. You don't have to be so serious, right? Someone by his side could not bear to watch. How were they supposed to live with that? Really? Ling Han chuckled. My mistake. I overperformed. That's right. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. With you shouting and howling like this, if you were spotted by those damn women from the Rock Palace, they may lock onto you and hunt you down. Do you think that you are as strong as a Dividing Soul tier? This person was well aware of the pros and cons. Ling Han's purpose was actually just to attract the attention of those damn women. There were a great many people that had welcomed Hunyo back to the celestial realm. Only one of them needed to appear and they would definitely be able to recognize him. Thus he only kept a low profile for a while, and then immediately became energetic again, yelling and shouting loudly. The troops of both sides rapidly closed in on each other, and then erupted in a great battle. Basically, this kind of battle would take place in the air. Usually, ascending origin tiers would battle fiercely at the highest point, and then Immortal Palace tiers would be at a slightly lower point, followed by Dividing Soul tiers, and finally it would be Severing Mundane tiers at the lowest point. Basically, that was at a point that was just a few dozen meters above the ground. The environment here was extremely sturdy. Thus, even if a maximum-scale battle royale broke out here, it would still be unable to crumble the mountains. Otherwise, this place would have long since been flattened. Die, you villain! A woman from the Rock Palace had locked on Ling Han, a pair of wings flapping behind her back as she rapidly charged over towards Ling Han. Celestials could fly, and after she possessed this pair of wings, her speed had also considerably soared. Practically in just the blink of an eye, she had appeared in front of Ling Han, her sword waving out in a sweeping slash. Those with the bloodline of the rock were naturally experts of regulations of space. Ling Han had no intention of exposing himself. Thus, he merely condensed his origin power on his fist and parried this strike. Ping, the two of them were sent flying backwards. Ling Han had naturally faked it. His figure turned and charged towards another place, searching for a familiar face with his memory. Even if 10 million years had passed, including the time spent in the Black Tower, everything that had happened in the small world all those years ago were still vivid in his mind. As long as it was someone that had appeared then, he would definitely be able to recognize her. Don't even think of fleeing. He had not foreseen that that woman was extremely stubborn. Wielding her sword, she pursued him. She probably had seen how Ling Han had pushed his performance too far, and developed animosity towards him. Ling Han laughed and naturally would not stop. Instead, he ran even faster. Just at this moment, a powerful feeling of danger rose up in him suddenly. He hurriedly stopped and retreated madly. As expected, a gaze had focused on him. That was an Immortal Palace tier elite, who had especially descended downwards to kill such weaklings like himself. Just now, if Ling Han had not retreated backwards decisively, he would have probably suffered a powerful attack from the former. Watch the sword. The woman from before pursued him, her sword stabbing straight at the back of Ling Han's head. Ling Han parried carelessly, pretending to be stuck in a stalemate with the other in battle. Then, he guided the fight to circle around the battlefield endlessly as he continued to look for someone familiar. Brother, let's work together to kill her. Coincidentally, the person that had reminded Ling Han not to overperform actually charged over, his hands wielding a golden saber, 7 seals of great Tao already glowing on it, and endlessly exuding an aura of violence. His face was filled with killing intent as he brandished his saber in a slash towards that woman. How underhanded, the woman rebuked. She could only turn around and tap out a finger. A rock flew out, greeting the incoming blow from the golden saber. Peng, the rock crashed into the golden saber, instantly causing a burning light to erupt. Seals of great Tao rose up one after another and a fierce collision took place. Then they cancelled each other out. Her figure trembled, and then 4 divided souls came out, boosting her battle prowess to the pinnacle. Ling Han had no intention of lingering in battle, and guided the battle into movement. The scene looked a little strange. It was clear that he together with the other person had the advantage in numbers, and this person was not weaker than the woman, yet it was he that was fleeing in panic and the woman that was chasing him, while his companion pursued that woman. Brother, what are you running for? The person pursuing behind the woman could not help but call out. Fuck you, idiot. Ling Han cursed in his heart. This scene composed of the 3 of them was clearly off. It would be fine if you did not shout, but if you did, what were they supposed to do if they attracted the attention of others? It should be known that Ling Han had a halo of attracting trouble. Usually, even when he did not cause trouble, trouble would still come to him, so what more now? As expected, the eyes of an elite very quickly swept over, as sharp as a blade, causing Ling Han's skin to feel as if it was pricked. This was an Immortal Palace tier. Ling Han gritted his teeth. This Immortal Palace tier elite had clearly become suspicious. Even if he did not suspect that Ling Han was a spy, he would think that Ling Han had cowered and planned to become a deserter. How would a deserter end up on the battlefield? There was a 99% chance they would be killed in front of the troops as an example to the rest and to stabilize the military morale. Ling Han was exasperated and could only turn around to battle the woman. That Immortal Palace tier elite himself was still battling furiously, but a sliver of divine sense was tagged onto Ling Han. Probably he would kill Ling Han first at all costs if Ling Han continued to be passive in battle. Immediately, the woman from the Rock Palace fell into a disadvantage, her circumstances precarious. Haha, killing a dividing soul tier would mean 10 merit points. that companion of Ling Han declared, slightly excited. Clearly, while these 10 merit points were not a high reward, they seemed to be quite valuable. And that woman just hated Ling Han to death, so the focus of her assault concentrated on Ling Han, seeming like she was going to drag Ling Han down with her even if it meant her own death. Ling Han couldn't help but feel speechless. He had not unleashed even 10,000th of his own strength. Even if he did not fight back at all, his physique was nothing that the woman could penetrate anyways, so why go to all the trouble? He could not say these words directly, so he could only listlessly parry her blows. As long as that immortal palace tier no longer paid any attention to him, he would continue his search. But the circumstances of that woman from the Rock Palace were becoming more and more dangerous. She had already been struck a considerable number of times by the golden saber, her body covered with wounds, and her aura had also begun to become unstable. "Brother, I won't be reserved then." Ling Han's companion's eyes shone with vicious light, his saber slashing out at that woman's neck. He had the confidence that her head would be severed with this one slash, and when the power of regulation infiltrated her body, this enemy would instantly die. He was the one who had delivered the finishing blow, so the credit would naturally go to him. That woman could no longer dodge. She was harsh on herself as well. Instead of dodging, wielder and sword moved as one, increasing her speed as she stabbed towards Ling Han. What kind of brain did she have? Ling Han shook his head, stretching out his right hand and picking her up by the back of her neck. Then, with a clap of his left hand, pang, the golden saber that was delivering a slash from behind was sent flying. "Be brother?" The person from Four Seas Palace looked at Ling Han in shock, his mouth twitching slightly. How could this guy be so strong? But why had he been running all the time previously? It was clear that he could have easily settled the battle just by turning around, right? And he had tried to snatch his credit, so would he then hold a grudge against him? Who exactly was he? Chapter 21-29, Intervention of a Powerful Figure. Ling Han broke into a smile. "Sorry." He waved his hand again and pang, that person from Four Seas Palace was sent flying with a strike, shooting through the air like a kite that had its line cut, and drawing out an elegant arc before finally dropping. He had not been too heavy-handed. Thus, that person soon scrambled back to his feet, his expression completely gobsmacked. "You depraved villain, what are you trying to do?" the woman that he had grabbed exclaimed loudly. This man had already injured his companion just to grab hold of her. Then what kind of beastly acts did he plan to do to her? "Don't worry. With your looks you are very safe. I won't do anything to you," Ling Han said carelessly, and then broke out into a mad run. That immortal palace tier elite had been keeping an eye on him all this while, and now that he had suddenly turned traitor, he naturally would fly into a thunderous rage and make a move. As expected, that elite was just about to throw off his own opponent and make a move on Ling Han. But the Rock Palace elite's strength was extraordinary as well, keeping him entangled tightly in battle, leaving him no means of escape. Humph. The elite smirked coldly. Did he think that he could not do anything like this? He got a hand free and tapped out a finger towards Ling Han. "Ultimate Celestial Tap," he stated softly. Xiao, a streak of light shot rapidly towards Ling Han. This was a celestial technique that had been delivered from an immortal palace tier. It was definitely capable of insta-killing any dividing soul tier. Naturally, the Rock Palace elite that was fighting him could not possibly rescue an enemy. In any case, it was just a case of internal strife on the enemy side, so what did it have to do with her? She only sped up her attack, wanting to kill this powerful foe. A streak of light approached. This was the attack of an immortal palace tier. Even if it was not a full-powered blow, it was definitely not anything that a dividing soul tier could withstand. This light was like a fierce wave of obliteration. Fuck. Ling Han raised his hand and tossed the Rock Palace woman in his hands away, taking this attack on alone. Boom, a terrifying celestial light surged past. To a dividing soul tier, this was definitely fatal, and instantly submerged Ling Han within its light. The Rock Palace woman couldn't help but be dumbfounded with shock. In this kind of a situation, Ling Han had still thrown her away, and would rather die alone. What kind of true affection was this? Could it be that this was true love? She had not even finished the thought when the celestial light dispersed. Ling Han was standing there, completely unscathed, and merely a trace of blood was left at the corner of his lips. He didn't die. Involuntarily she was shocked. That was the blow of an immortal palace tier, but Ling Han actually just bled a little from the corners of his mouth. What kind of frightening defense was this? Ling Han rubbed the corners of his lips. Just now, he had taken the initiative to channel the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, further improving the strength of his physique greatly. Even an Immortal Palace tier could not possibly kill him with a single blow. However, Immortal Palace tier was still Immortal Palace tier after all. Ling Han was still in great pain all over his body, his organs practically close to exploding and shooting out from his body. As he saw it, this was very natural. In the first place, his physique was capable of ignoring any Heaven Soul level attack, so if he further channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, he would be able to temporarily further improve his defenses greatly. Thus, wasn't it very normal that he would be able to block the attack of an Immortal Palace tier? However, anyone who witnessed this scene all showed expressions of astonishment, involuntarily stopping their movements. The impact of this scene was really too great. Why has the fighting stopped? Someone was still brandishing his weapon madly, but no one attacked him even after a long while, causing him to feel completely baffled. Even Immortal Palace tier and Ascending Origin tier elites had noticed, especially Ascending Origin tier elites. Their divine sense was too sensitive. All this while, this battlefield was grasped in the palms of their hands. If their side lost, they would withdraw their troops as soon as possible to prevent overly excessive losses. Interesting, an Ascending Origin tier spoke up, and then stretched out a hand suddenly, grabbing out at Ling Han. This kind of elite was really frightening. His hand had just moved, and it had already appeared in front of Ling Han out of nowhere, grabbing downwards at him. Humph! There was no need for Ling Han to dodge. Yet another large hand struck out and attacked the first giant hand. Boom, a third giant hand attacked, and then it was a fourth, then a fifth. It was like Ling Han had suddenly become an ultimate treasure. Everyone wanted to capture him. Indeed, the fact that a Dividing Soul tier managed to block the blow of an Immortal Palace tier was too astonishing. Anyone would feel curious. Ling Han. An incredibly crisp voice rang out, and a figure suddenly shot out from the mountains. Was Hunyao. Little mistress, behave yourself. A large hand stretched out and grabbed hold of Hunyao, forcibly pulling her back. However, very quickly afterwards, this large hand extended once more, and appeared directly in front of Ling Han, completely ignoring all laws of space. Long Yuexi, aren't you dead yet? A soft exclamation sounded, and another large hand appeared, arriving in a sweep. Compared to the first giant hand that was wrinkled all over, the second giant hand was much better looking, smooth as jade and shining with a soft luster. While it looked delicate, it had a kind of nobility and grace in its delicate appearance. Pa! The two giant hands crashed together, and an intense collision immediately erupted in the regulations of the Great Tao. Endless celestial light filled the heavens, and even those stars in the skies had completely lost their color in this brilliance. Pa 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 pa. Everyone knelt down. Aside from Ling Han, no one could be the exception. This was a suppression on the level of essence. It was like they were facing the heaven and earth, and did not have the slightest sliver of ability to resist. A celestial king had moved. A massive power rippled out and Ling Han was instantly tossed flying. The danger of death enshrouded him. He had a feeling that it was useless even if he could use rising from the ashes. This wild storm of energy would extinguish the flames of his revival in the next instant, and strike him completely into death and the underworld. Because this was the move of a celestial king, an existence that was above all others. He hurriedly used the mystical power of time of the Black Tower, boosting himself so that his own time could be sped up by 10,000 times, winning him the time to save himself. But even so, the wild storm of energy that was madly rushing towards him was still overwhelmingly fast. He hurriedly used the power of the 5 element source powers, forming a defensive shield in front of him. However, this was really only capable of mounting slight resistance. The protective wall immediately crumbled. In front of this storm of energy, it was not capable of even lasting a single blow. However, this had also finally garnered a sliver of time for him. Ling Han had completely finished the thought, and Xiao, his entire person, immediately disappeared without a trace. He had entered the Black Tower. Boom! In the outside world, wild waves of energy surged madly, spilling out in a completely unbridled manner. Even lower-level celestial kings would be terrified at this. No no no. Even if a 9th heaven celestial king was here, he would still frown slightly. That was because both sides were too strong, both being overlord existences even among 9th heaven celestial kings. The Imperial Empress of Four Seas Palace, Shang Wei. The Grand Elder of the Rock Palace, Long Yuexi. After the attack, Shang Jiwei had already appeared. She had a tall, slender build and wore white imperial robes. Her glossy hair was piled on the top of her head, appearing poised and noble. And she was also a rare beauty. Compared to the Empress in Hunyo, she was only slightly inferior in beauty, but added with the domineering air she possessed as a ninth heaven celestial king, she definitely was in no way inferior to the two women. Long Yuexi, come out here to meet your death, she demanded coldly. Long Yuexi paid her no regard at all, and merely calmly stated, retreat. Coward. Shang Jiwei humphed. The other party had already avoided battle for a good many years, and Shang Jiwei had already gotten used to it as well. It could not be helped. The other woman had sustained a Dao injury, and being able to live for so many years was already a very good fortune. If Long Yuexi went all out in battle, it was highly possible that the battle would be her last. That's not right. She was just about to wave her hand to signal for her troops to retreat as well when her eyes suddenly shone brightly, and swept a glance at the spot Ling Han had vanished. Long Yuexi, you almost had me fooled. Previously, though you have also avoided battle and hidden, you would not retreat as easily as this without a verbal battle at least. What are you trying to hide? Chapter 2130, Love Triangle. Shang Jiwei's eyes swept over the spot. There was nothing in this world that could be hidden in front of her. A ninth heaven celestial king from a certain aspect, was the manifestation of the regulations of heaven and earth, and could see through the essence of the heaven and earth. Her eyes focused on a single point, the expression on her face suddenly becoming excited. In fact, even her hands were trembling. Shua, right at this moment, a large hand suddenly stretched out, directly scooped up that area, and then rapidly retreated into the depths of the mountains. If Shang Jiwei had not been so excited that her mind had suddenly gone blank, there would have been absolutely no possibility that this large hand could have succeeded so easily. But now it had caught her completely off guard. Long Yuexi. Shang Jiwei flew into a thunderous rage abruptly, all her black locks raised skywards. Boom, 9 seals appeared on her body, each seal exuding a might that domineered the world. She was extraordinarily furious, as if she had become a demon. Her figure suddenly shot out as she set off in pursuit of the large hand. Puh. However, she had only pursued it for over 1,000 miles when a shield of light blocked her from advancing further. Even if she was a ninth heaven celestial king, so what? She had still stumbled back from the impact of her crash. He is Yuan Sheng's heir. Shang Jiwei roared in fury. Long Yuexi, give him back to me. Give back your head. The old woman's, Long Yuexi's, aged voice rang out. Shang Jiwei, you have already lost in the past, so what is the point of you so earnestly struggling now? Now both Yi Yun and Yuan Sheng have long since died, so what else can you not let go of? Without destroying the rock palace, I will not be able to let it go, Shang Jiwei declared harshly. As long as you and the brand of that B*TCH are still alive, I will definitely not give up. Attention to all members of the rock palace. She suddenly calmed down, her expression frighteningly cold. Whoever unlocks the formation for me and allows me entry, I can appoint her as the Vice-Imperial Empress of the Four Seas Palace. Additionally, I only want the lives of 2 people. One is Long Yuexi and the second is Tianyun. As long as the others do not resist, I can leave you alone. In fact, it is also possible for you to join the Four Seas Palace. After these words were out, a wave of commotion swept through both the Four Seas Palace and Rock Palace. Previously, Shang Jiwei had clearly shown that she wanted to slaughter every single member of the Rock Palace. Surrender? She did not accept it. As long as they bore the name of the Rock Palace, she would kill all of them. Yet now, a complete reversal of her attitude had actually taken place. She only wanted the lives of Long Yuexi and Hunyo. This was practically, she had gone mad. But when a ninth heaven celestial king made a promise in public, it was like the heavens were speaking. They would live up to their word, or they would be abandoned by the Tao of heaven and earth, their battle prowess dropping greatly. Which also meant that this promise from Shang Jiwei was absolutely true. Why? The only thing that had changed was that she had suddenly discovered Ling Han's identity. He was the heir of some guy called Yuan Sheng. What relationship did she have with this Yuan Sheng? At this moment, the people of both palaces were both stunned and curious. This was the gossip of of 3 ninth heaven celestial kings. In your dreams, Long Yuexi declared coldly. Don't forget. This great protective formation has been personally laid down by Yuan Sheng. Even after millions and millions of epochs, it would still exist for eternity, protecting our rock palace. Hee hee. Xiang Jiwei did not answer and merely responded with a cold smirk. She had completely gotten her emotions back under control. With a flick of her sleeves she turned and left. In the rock heaven, Long Yuexi's aged face showed a solemn expression. Previously, Xiang Jiwei had been extremely patient, wanting to slowly dry up the source of power of the rock heaven, and sever the rock palace's foundations. Then, even if they had a supreme protective formation sheltering, the rock palace would still become a pool of stagnant water, deteriorating from the inside out. But now that she had found out who Ling Han was, her patience had also instantly disappeared completely. Sigh, why had Ling Han come now with such a coincidental timing? With a flash, Ling Han exited the Black Tower. Ling Han. Hunyo pounced over and hung on Ling Han like a koala. Ling Han patted the little girl's head and said, "Where are the others? Are they all right?" "Stupid Ling Han, you only care about other people. You don't care about Nyo." Hunyo complained, biting Ling Han's neck. "The others are perfectly fine," Long Yuexi continued and then shook her head. "Sigh, what an ill-fated relationship." "Senior, exactly what is behind all this?" Ling Han asked. Though he was inside the Black Tower, he had still heard the exchange between Xiang Jiwei and Long Yuexi. It seemed that the feud between the Four Seas Palace and Rock Palace was not because of contesting over territory, but had rather originated from a romantic conflict. Long Yuexi sighed a few times again and then said, "All right then. Since you managed to enter the Rock Palace all by yourself, which has proven your strength as well as proven your good fortune, I will tell you. In the past, Xiang Jiwei, Tianyun, and Yuan Xing had both fought alongside each other, grown together and were very close with one another. Tianyun is the last imperial empress of the Rock Heaven, and she is also Yi Yun. It's Hunyo." Hunyo interrupted her in irritation. She had never accepted the name of Yi Yun. Long Yuexi smiled and then said, "Hunyo's body contains the martial brand that was left behind by Tianyun. She will be able to inherit Tianyun's martial foundations in the future. Perhaps she may even be able to exceed Tianyun's limits, and step onto a completely new height." Heavenly Venerable Tier. Ling Han continued. Long Yuexi nodded. "Yuan Sheng is the master that you have never met, but you have cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and thus you are his true disciple. Yuan Sheng is supremely talented, and was the strongest prodigy of that era. Both Xiang Jiwei and Tianyun fell in love with Yuan Sheng, and Yuan Sheng ultimately chose Tianyun, causing Xiang Jiwei to feel resentment. Not only did she become enemies with Tianyun, she has also attacked Tianyun repeatedly. However, Yuan Sheng ultimately successfully became a heavenly Venerate, and no matter what Xiang Jiwei tried, it would only be wasted effort. For the sake of their previous relations, Yuan Sheng didn't do anything to Xiang Jiwei either. However, following Yuan Sheng's death, Xiang Jiwei also became very extremist, and thought that it was Tianyun who had caused Yuan Sheng's death. She suddenly delivered a fatal strike when Tianyun had sustained injuries in the resistance against the storm of darkness and returned, ultimately leading to Tianyun's death. She also wanted to destroy the Rock Palace, but thankfully with the powerful formation laid down by Yuan Sheng, she was not able to take one step over the boundaries. I too have sustained fatal Dao injuries in the resistance against the force of darkness, but for the sake of the juniors of this palace, I can only struggle and keep holding on. When Yi Hunyo matures, I will then be able to leave with an easy heart." As it turned out, it was a love triangle. Love had turned to hatred, and caused very good sisters to turn hostile against one another and become enemies. It was a little cliché. A great and noble Ninth Heaven Celestial King had actually died because of this. It was a little wasted. "Senior, how did Senior Yuan Xing die?" Ling Han asked. "That was a heavenly Venerate already superior over heavenly Dao itself, so why had he still died? I am not very sure about that myself, but it involves 3 supreme existences. Their names cannot be spoken of," Long Yuexi said solemnly. Even if she was a Ninth Heaven Celestial King, she still showed an expression of reverence and fear. Heavenly Venerate. Could it be that it was the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and the other great supreme elites that had joined forces to kill the karmic life Heavenly Venerable? But why? There was clearly an invasion of the storm of darkness, so they should have been united instead. If it was claimed that the 3 great Heavenly Venerates had turned traitor, that would be even more impossible. Now, it was just the 3 of them that were Heavenly Venerates. Wasn't opening the two-realm passageway and allowing the people of the foreign realm to march straight and unchallenged an incredibly simple matter? Who could stop them? Ling Han realized that though he knew more of the truth, it was practically of little help in solving the mystery. Chapter 2131, Breaking Through to Earth's Soul. No wonder Shang Jiwei had suddenly gone mad. It was because she had discovered the heir of her old love. More importantly, this heir of her old love was actually running towards the Rock Palace. This naturally made her want even more to raze the Rock Palace to the ground. What gave them the right? She was no match for Tianyun, and now, even in the next generation, she could not win over Tianyun's reincarnation. Go and rest first. Long Yuexi waved a hand, a sliver of weariness seeping from her gaze. She had already struggled wearily for countless years, and this time Shang Jiwei had changed her mind. It was highly possible that it would really shake the Rock Palace's foundations. In the past, they could only gather together and endure the tribulations together. That was because all of them would share the same fate of death if the Rock Palace were to be conquered. But now, this compromise from Shang Jiwei immediately caused a great many people to lose the motivation to fight hard. If Long Yuexi was in a good condition, or Hunyo matured and reached 7th heaven or 8th heaven celestial king tier, then everyone would still have the confidence to hold on. However, Long Yuexi was already at the end of her line, and Hunyo was still who knew how many years away from the celestial king tier. How were they supposed to hold on during such days when there were practically no future prospects that could be seen? Moreover, Shang Jiwei had even promised that whoever unlocked the great formation of the Rock Palace would be appointed as the Vice-Imperial Empress of the Four Seas Palace. This naturally was a massive temptation. There was pressure as well as temptation. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any traitors. Thus, Long Yuexi had to keep a closer watch. Otherwise, if they lost the protection of the heavenly venerable tier great formation, Shang Jiwei would be able to penetrate straight into their heart. With her present battered body, Long Yuexi was definitely no match for Shang Jiwei. Ling Han, come play. Hunyo was simple-minded. Even if the mountain entrance was under siege, she was still casual and careless, completely unconcerned about it. Ling Han pulled her hand and asked, "Where are my parents?" "Oh, they are in a small town 10,000 miles away from here," Hunyo answered casually. Are they all right?" Ling Han was slightly nervous. After all, 10,000 years had already passed. If his parents had not raised their cultivation level, they would have long since died of old age. "They're fine," Hunyo replied with a smile. "They are both in the Genesis tier already." She blinked at Ling Han. Immediately Ling Han understood. This little girl had given a lot of special attention to his parents. Otherwise, with the aptitude of his parents, it should not have been possible for them to advance to the Genesis tier, especially in as short a period of time as 10,000 years. He gave Hunyo a thumbs up as a symbol of encouragement. Hunyo was immediately pleased with herself, gladly accepting Ling Han's praise. "What about Luan Xing and the others?" Ling Han asked further. Hunyo immediately blinked her eyes, looking shifty. Ling Han sighed and asked, "What have you done again?" Hee. Hunyo laughed guiltily. As expected, Hunyo was still a jealous and petty lover. The moment Lu Herong had brought them back to the Rock Heaven, she had imprisoned the Empress, Bewitching Maiden Ro, and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Thus, she was naturally guilty now that Ling Han was asking about them. "You mischievous little girl." Ling Han was speechless. Reluctantly, she released the Empress and the others. Hunyo almost came to blows with the Empress. Thankfully, Ling Han was there to play mediator and taught Hunyo a good lesson. Only then was the dispute finally concluded. Ling Han looked at the Empress and Hunyo. This made him think of the love triangle between Yuan Xing, Tianyun, and Shang Jiwei. If he did not deal with matters appropriately, perhaps the circumstances in the future would also evolve to that situation. He wanted to see his parents, but because they were under siege from the troops of the Four Seas Palace, no one could enter or exit, so how was he supposed to leave? Fortunately, the Rock Heaven was an ancient great sect and was incredibly wealthy. There was a severing mundane tier mystery realm in the mountains of the Rock Heaven, and there was also a Yang Soul Ocean, Yin Soul Valley, Earth Soul Mountain, and Heaven Soul Pool. You wanted to break through to the Immortal Palace tier? There was also an Immortal Palace tier mystery realm here, so it was absolutely no problem. Ascending to Celestial King tier was the only exception. In that case you could only walk the celestial path. Since they could not leave for the moment, Ling Han thus decided to first break through to Earth Soul. He had already attained the conditions for breaking through. However, the Rock Palace did not have the custom of accepting male disciples. In fact, they did not even welcome males to stay temporarily here, but Ling Han could not leave. Thus, whenever he walked out, he would be the target of peculiar looks from the disciples of the Rock Palace. Hunyou, the Empress, and bewitching Maiden Ro had all broken through before him. Not only had they broken through to Earth Soul, they had even already crossed over to the threshold of Heaven Soul. Ling Han then gave the Heavenly Sun black gold and purple spirit flames to the two women, allowing them to pick first and then collect it for their own. Whether they could or not would be up to the two women's own good fortune. The Empress chose the Heavenly Sun black gold, while Hunyou chose the purple spirit flames. They entered into the Black Tower and communicated with these two source powers of heaven and earth. With the time acceleration effects of 1,000-fold, they could take it slow and easy. Meanwhile, Ling Han headed towards the Earth Soul Mountain. At first, the Earth Soul Mountain did not belong to the Rock Palace, but the Source Beast Rock used its mighty strength to move the whole mountain here. From then onwards, the disciples of the Rock Palace would be able to advance to Earth Soul without taking a step outside. The real Earth Soul Mountain pierced straight into the clouds, hundreds of thousands of meters tall, but the rock was an expert of regulations of space. With it using a mighty technique to make some adjustments, the Earth Soul Mountain had been perfectly assimilated into the mountains when looking from the outside. Only when one set foot on it would one realize that this mountain was far higher than it looked. Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain. He raised his head and glanced upwards and then began his ascent. All 4 levels of the dividing soul tier would need a specific item to become the container for a divided soul. However, a freak like Ling Han could use the source powers of heaven and earth to condense his 5th divided soul and so on. In that case there was no need for so much trouble. There was no container or mystery realm like that in this world either. The container for the Earth Soul tier, Truffle Crystal, was only produced on Earth Soul Mountain, and once it left the mountain, it would disappear. This was a restriction of heaven and earth and no one could keep it in abundance. Of course there were good and bad truffle crystals. This was mainly reflected in their height. The higher the altitude, the higher the quality of a discovered truffle crystal would be. Thus, Ling Han did not stop at all as he climbed towards the summit. This mountain repelled all cultivators above Yin Soul, and those below Celestial King tier could not enter. If a Celestial King were to forcibly barge in, this mystery realm would be burst and destroyed, being completely unable to sustain the great might of a Celestial King. Thus, even if you asked for someone else's help in the matter of retrieving truffle crystals, they could only be Yin Souls as well. Ling Han climbed the mountain as if he was walking on flat ground. Every 30,000 meters or so he would encounter a barrier. It was formed by the mystical power of heaven and earth and manifested in human form. It guarded the passage and he could only continue his advance after defeating it. The Source Beast Rock had not just simply moved this mystery realm here, but had used supreme methods to make slight adjustments so that the difficulty level of each stage had been considerably weakened. Yet Ling Han was unconcerned. With a single punch from him, he instantly resolved all his battles. He had already been capable of matching a Heaven Soul long when he had been a Yang Soul. When the great clash of source powers exploded, it could even pose a threat to Heaven Soul Monarch tiers. This kind of battle prowess was naturally incredibly terrifying. Hence, could a Yin Soul level barrier be capable of becoming a dilemma for him? At the last 30,000 meter barrier, the human-shaped monster that was on guard had finally attained the standard of an Earth Soul Monarch tier, but Ling Han still managed to defeat it easily. He arrived at the summit. There were truffle crystals that were the size of a human head here, and it was also the best quality. Ling Han took one and with a thought, the fiery flame lightning strike would immediately surged out of his dantian, entering into the truffle crystal. From the outside, there was a sapling spreading out its slender branches inside the translucent crystal, and there were vague flickers of flames and lightning. Chapter 2132, Formation Breaks. Ling Han began breaking through to Earth Soul. Over the last 10,000 years he had been focused on studying the 5 element source powers, and under the time acceleration effects of the Black Tower, that time had been further extended to 10 million years. In this process he naturally gained a very deep, profound understanding of the essence of the Tao of heaven and earth. Those were source powers of heaven and earth. It was very rare for even celestial kings to gain even one, so they were naturally wondrous. The cultivation level barrier was very soon broken through. This was only a minor level. For a prodigy like Ling Han, it was naturally unable to cause any kind of difficulty. Long tribulation clouds began gathering densely in the skies, and the heavenly tribulation came as promised. At first, Ling Han wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to break free of the siege by the Four Seas Palace so he could go and visit his parents, Helian Xuanxue and the others. With the boost of heavenly tribulation, who would dare stop him? But upon further thought, he dismissed this idea. The heavenly tribulation would only last half a day. They only had to follow him and make their move after the heavenly tribulation dispersed. By then what could he do? Under tempering from the heavenly tribulation, Ling Han's physique gained a certain amount of improvement. However, there was not much use now with just the heavenly tribulation alone. Ling Han would have to further exploit the profound secrets of the indestructible heaven scroll. He endured this heavenly tribulation very easily. Half a day later he packed up and returned. However, a storm was brewing inside the Rock Palace, and the core of the problem was him. The Rock Palace did not accept make disciples, nor did they entertain male guests. Having Ling Han here was clearly unjustified. Thus, a seventh heaven elder raised a suggestion, discussing the matter of expelling Ling Han from the Rock Palace. What? When Ling Han found out, he appeared incredibly stunned. Things had already come so far, and some old women were actually still in the mood to discuss this problem. Had their brains been kicked by a donkey? However, his cultivation level was low and he had no status, so no one would be concerned about his opinion. Not many people knew that Ling Han was actually the heir of a heavenly venerate, just like not many people knew that sealed emotion heavenly venerable was actually the bestowed title of a heavenly venerate, and that was the same for Yuan Sheng. Otherwise, the heir of a heavenly venerate was still very scary, though the karmic life heavenly venerable had long since passed away. In the end, it was Long Yuexi who had stepped out, and said that extreme times called for extreme measures, suppressing all disagreements. As Ling Han saw it, this was definitely not a disturbance that was only directed at him. A group of celestial kings were discussing the going or staying of a dividing soul tier behind closed doors. You got to be kidding. Even if they were presently trapped inside the Rock Palace, they were not as bored as that. There were traitors within the Rock Palace. Ling Han had long since guessed this when they had been ambushed on the sea, and now with such an event happening, he definitely did not believe that it was a mere accident or coincidence. However, Ling Han could not do much. Long Yuexi should have long since deduced that there was a traitor in the palace. If she had not done anything to stay on guard, she would not have deserved to be a ninth heaven celestial king. Ling Han also came to know that there was no eighth heaven celestial king in the rock heaven. Thus, beneath Long Yuexi, there were two seventh heaven celestial kings that had the highest authority. Long Yuexi could die at any moment. These two seventh heaven celestial kings were responsible for the duty of assisting, guiding, and protecting Hunyo. They were also figures that possessed considerable power within the Rock Palace. These two celestial kings were Elder Fuyun and Elder Sanha. Elder Fuyun was the more radical of the two and had a very strong thirst for power, while Elder Sanha was completely focused on cultivation, and belonged to the type that was more unconcerned. This time, it was Elder Fuyun that had brought up the matter of Ling Han's expulsion from the Rock Palace. As a great seventh heaven celestial king, how could she bring herself to do it? There was something off with this old woman. Ling Han immediately concluded so internally, but the other party had high status and great power, so how could she be displaced merely with a few words from him? Of course, Hunyo would definitely listen to him, but would the other people listen to Hunyo? Long, he felt a resounding boom sound in his ears, as if the heaven and earth had crumbled. What's going on? How dare you? Long Yuexi's voice rang out, filled with fury. Haha, Fuyun Celestial King, well done. Shang Jiwei's voice sounded as well. From today onwards, you will be the Vice-Imperial Empress of our Four Seas Palace. Instantly Ling Han's heart jolted. He had just been thinking that there was something off with this old woman, but he had not thought that something would happen so fast. The Great Mountain Protective Formation had been opened. Multiple battleships were seen appearing in the skies, casting dark shadows, just like casting a shadow on the hearts of the members of the Rock Palace. Why has the Great Mountain Protective Formation been unlocked? Could it be that it was Elder Fuyun? Nonsense, didn't you hear Shang Jiwei's words? I say the Four Seas Palace only wants Yun and the Grand Elder, so why should we put our lives on the line? Why don't we just surrender to the Four Seas Palace? That's right, even if we don't side with the Four Seas Palace, We can completely leave without any reservations. Why should we cling to a rock that is destined to sink like the rock palace and die alongside it? Everyone was conversing spiritedly. Some were incredibly stunned, while there were others that were advising people to surrender. Ling Han heard all this and finally understood that the meeting previously was only a pretense. Its purpose was to allow those that wished to surrender to have an exchange of words, to achieve some kind of agreement. And now, as Fuyun's Celestial King had unlocked the Great Mountain Protective Formation, the others became lobbyists, speeding up the destruction of the Rock Palace. Long Yuexi, today will be the day of your death. Shang Jiwei's figure appeared, standing proudly in the air, but her exquisitely beautiful figure was exuding an air of supreme dominance, like an ultimate empress. It is only a battle. Long Yuexi appeared, similarly standing proudly in the air. She wielded a purple walking cane in her right hand. Though she looked aged and decrepit, the aura she exuded was no weaker than Shang Jiwei's. It is not determined yet who will live or die. You are already at the end of your line, and you still dare speak tough. Shang Jiwei said disdainfully. Now that the heavenly venerable tier great formation had been opened, the rock palace was only a piece of cake in her eyes. The others may be spared as long as you put down your weapons. The reincarnation of Tianyun must be captured, and this person. She extended a finger and tapped at the empty air, showing Ling Han's image. This boy must not be harmed. Whoever touches a hair on his head, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Everyone was immediately stunned. Wasn't this the person who had fled into the rock palace not too long ago? Why had he now gotten a connection with Shang Jiwei? She actually said that not a single hair on his head was to be touched? Could it be that this was her illegitimate son? Though they were shocked, the members of the Four Seas Palace at least had to abide by her words strictly. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. The members of the Four Seas Palace all shouted. If they could win the battle without fighting, they naturally would not wish to risk their lives in battle. After all, there were not many battle maniacs like Ling Han. Most people cultivated because they desired status, power, and wealth. Meanwhile, the members of the Rock Palace were at a loss. So should they fight or not? The Great Mountain Protective Formation that was like a great wall had already been conquered, and the Grand Elder was definitely no match for Shang Jiwei, either otherwise they would not have stuck to a defensive strategy, being beaten on by their enemies all this while. Then, if the result was destined to be their defeat, what would be the point of further battle? Those that had long since borne the intent of betrayal immediately threw down their weapons. Now that they had started, a great many people who were indecisive immediately followed their lead and put down their weapons. There was less than 1/10 of people that were willing to be loyal to the Rock Palace to the death. Long Yuexi couldn't help but sigh. Though she had stayed on guard against any betrayal in the ranks, she had never thought that it would be someone like Celestial King Fuyun. This was the strongest person next to herself, and she had also placed high hopes on the latter. When she died, the Rock Palace would be temporarily delegated under her leadership. She raised her voice and announced, "All disciples, put down your weapons. From this day onwards, the Rock Palace is disbanded." This was cutting their losses. As long as Hunyo could grow to become a ninth heaven celestial king in the future, then the Rock Palace would be able to rise up again one day. Otherwise, there was no need for unnecessary sacrifice. Chapter 2133, Going All Out in Battle. This move of Long Yuexi was cutting their losses. Did she want to have the Rock Palace disbanded? Of course she didn't. However, if the Rock Palace was not disbanded, without the protection of the heavenly venerable tier formation, all of them would be completely slaughtered by the Four Seas Palace. It could not be helped. Their ninth heaven celestial king was stronger. In the celestial realm, top-tier battle prowess could completely determine the outcome of a battle. It could be claimed that everyone else of the Four Seas Palace could die, but as long as Shang Jiwei was still there, she could still easily eliminate the Rock Palace, what more when the scales were now leaning in favor of the Four Seas Palace. Thus, protecting what power they had to wait for a day when they could rise up again was the wisest decision to make. Grand Elder. Immediately, countless members of the Rock Palace called out, filled with defiance and fury, wanting nothing more than to commit murder with their eyes alone. Unfortunately, this did not have the slightest meaning. Ding ding ding. More and more people threw their weapons on the ground and then chose to leave. Only a small minority were still gripping their weapons tightly, determined to battle, and would rather die than surrender. Stupid stubbornness. The members of the Four Seas Palace launched a fierce offensive. The outcome of this battle was already out. From this day onwards, the Rock Palace would cease to exist. Destroying the representative force of the Rock Heaven filled every single member of Four Seas Palace with adrenaline. From this day onwards, their names would be eternally written in history to be admired by later generations. Long Yuexi, I will be sending you on your way today. Shang Jiwei also unleashed an offensive. If she wanted to kill Tianyun's reincarnation, she would have to get rid of Long Yuexi first. And once Long Yuexi has fallen, the Rock Palace would really be completely destroyed, becoming nothing but another page in history. Long Yuexi gazed meaningfully at Shang Jiwei. Her initially hunched back gradually straightened, her white locks fluttering. They were actually rapidly turning black in color. Originally she was very short, but as her back straightened, her figure actually became the same height as a normal human. No, it was even straighter and taller. This was not something as simple as straightening her back, but rather that her whole person's height had been increased greatly. A mountain wind blew past and Long Yuexi's hair fluttered. It had turned completely black, beautiful and glossy like clouds. Looking at her face, what part of her still looked like an old woman? Instead, she was an exquisite beauty that was in the prime of her youth. Her waist was slender, her breasts bountiful, and her legs long and straight, while her skin was as smooth as jade. Her beauty was not the slightest bit inferior to Shang Jiwei's. Long Yuexi, you are finally going to stop fleeing? Shang Jiwei smirked coldly. In the past, she had also been a supreme beauty, and one whose natural talent was astounding. Naturally, her youth should have been eternal and she would never age. However, she had sustained a serious Dao injury, and she had no choice but to focus all her energy on suppressing her wounds, causing her beauty to age and herself to look like an old woman. And now, Long Yuexi had decided to go all out in battle, forcibly pushing her condition to her strongest prime, so it was natural that her beauty would be restored. However, this would also be her final battle. Even if Shang Jiwei did not fight her when she exited this state, she would also decline rapidly after her prime. Her Dao injury would take effect and she would die. Shang Jiwei naturally would not give up the battle. With how proud she was, and after accumulating so many years of fury, how could she be satisfied if she did not kill her enemy with her own hands? It is just a battle. Long Yuexi was very grand and majestic, naturally exuding the aura of one who dominated the whole world. 4 ninth heaven celestial kings like themselves, they were just that slightest bit away from advancing to the heavenly venerable tier. Thus, it was natural that they were all incredibly assertive. However, this slight gap could not be filled no matter how much they tried. Hence, ninth heaven celestial kings were only celestial kings. Shang Jiwei gave a battle cry, and her figure flew furiously as she charged towards Long Yuexi. 9 seals shone brilliantly on her body, representing that she was a supreme empress that was practically unmatched in this world. She did not dare to underestimate Long Yuexi in the slightest, and still summoned an ancient mirror. It floated behind her, shooting out multiple streaks of light. When these streaks of light landed on her, they could further improve her battle prowess, and when they landed on Long Yuexi, they could weaken the battle prowess of her opponents slightly. This was the inheritance treasure of the Four Seas Palace, Great Sun Heavenly King Mirror, a ninth heaven celestial tool. There was no difference in strength between divine metals, but once it was forged into celestial tools, there would be a difference in power. How could it be that the celestial tool that was forged by a first heaven celestial tool would be capable of matching one that was forged by a ninth heaven celestial king? This Great Sun Heavenly King Mirror was forged by assimilating the martial intent of the generations of elites of the Four Seas Palace accumulated through the secret techniques of as many as 3 ninth heaven celestial kings, so its power was naturally extraordinary. It could definitely be considered as a ninth heaven celestial king by itself. In Shang Jiwei's hands, the Great Sun Heavenly King Mirror was naturally fully activated. There was no need to expend any power belonging to Shang Jiwei herself, and it could attack automatically. Long Yuexi humped and spread open her arms. A majestic light flew out from the mountains towards her. It only stopped when it had almost reached her. Upon a closer look, this was a suit of armor. Rock armor. In the past, when the rock had attained great accomplishment in its cultivation level, it had plucked out a tendon, a bone, and a horn from its own body, and fused them with 7 divine metals to forge this armor. After further going through endless refinement of 3 generations of ninth heaven celestial kings, it had naturally become a ninth heaven celestial tool. 1. The rock armor automatically covered Long Yuexi's body. An ancient seal shone, and immediately exuded boundless might. Celestial chi diffused, blocking the blazing light of the great sun heavenly king mirror. It could not bear the slightest effect on Long Yuexi anymore. Boom, boom, boom. The two great ninth heaven celestial kings began an intense battle. Even the dome of heaven was trembling. Stars that were in the proximity were struck down, turned into bits of rock that fell from the skies, and those stars that were further could not escape either. However, they simply fell whole from the skies. Multitudes of stars dropped, and the landing of one could blast out a great ocean. Naturally, many lives were lost. When celestial kings fought, it was like doomsday had come. What more when it was a ninth heaven-level great battle? Just think, when the force of darkness had invaded in the past, countless celestial kings had burst out into great battle. In fact, even the entirety of the rock heaven had been struck to the point of breaking apart from the celestial realm, and falling into the void. Beneath them, everyone was stunned for a moment before starting the battle again. Amidst sounds of fighting, the members of the rock palace fell against the masses. They were outnumbered. The gap was too overwhelming. But there were some that still could not let it go. It was clear that they would be able to live as long as they gave up resistance, but they still chose to fight to the bitter end. Blood sprayed, and it was a tragic sight. Ling Han never feared battle, but now he did not know what he was supposed to do. This was not his battle. Even if he was leaning more in favor of the rock palace because of Hunyo, to ask him to suddenly raise weapons against people he did not even know at all was still something that was very, very difficult for him. He lacked the desire to battle to ignite his fighting spirit. Run. Long Yuexi's voice rang out in his mind. Bring Yi Yun with you and flee. Run as far as you can. From now onwards I will entrust Yi Yun to you. Ling Han came back to his wits. Hunyo was still inside the Black Tower, and while this precious treasure was very awesome, could it really block a ninth heaven celestial king? He did not have the slightest hesitation, and ran towards the foot of the mountain with an abrupt turn. Halt! A dividing soul tier of the Four Seas Palace stood in his way. Young master, please wait for a moment. I am sure that the Lady Imperial Empress has words to speak with you. Since Shang Jiwei had threatened that anyone who dared to touch a hair on Ling Han's head would be torn to pieces, it was clear how important Ling Han was. Thus, it was natural that he could not be allowed to leave. Moreover, Qinyun's reincarnation had not been found yet. She could be in anyone's spatial god tool, so it was even more natural that no one could be allowed to leave. Get lost. Ling Han shot out a punch. Peng, that person was instantly sent flying, becoming a tiny dot in the skies. Chapter 2134, Repeated Defeats. However, that person had just been sent flying when another person came to block his way. Yet this time it was an Immortal Palace tier. Immortal Palace tier against Dividing Soul tier meant an absolute domination, and there was no one that could be exempted. Thus, this person stood with his arms crossed behind his back, looking as confident as if he had everything under control. Young Master Ling, was it? Why are you in such a rush to leave? With Lady Imperial Empress being so concerned about you, perhaps you may become our young Imperial Emperor in future. Our Four Seas Palace is a first-class force in the celestial realm. This kind of honor and wealth is something that others would not even dare to dream of, yet it is within arm's reach for you. I'm really dying of envy. Ling Han laughed and said, are you getting lost or not? If you aren't, then if I ever become that so-called young Imperial Emperor, the first head I will be cutting off would be yours. Would you believe me? Fuck. That Immortal Palace tier's face involuntarily twitched, with him feeling like he had shot himself in the foot. Immediately, the confidence in his expression had completely vanished. Indeed. With how highly Shang Jiwei prized Ling Han, even if she did not appoint Ling Han as young Imperial Emperor, the title of Holy Son or something of sort was definitely possible. And the other man was just a mere Immortal Palace tier, and could just barely be considered an elite in the Four Seas Palace. If Ling Han really wanted to make life difficult for him, who would be able to speak up on his behalf? Then should he just step aside? But what if the crime of letting Ling Han flee was placed on him, and Shang Jiwei blamed him? Would he be able to bear the consequences? Involuntarily he was trapped in a tight spot, and felt incredible regret. If he had known, then he would have settled the matter just by knocking the other party out. Now that he had thrown out these words, he had also tossed the difficult problem in front of him. Taking advantage of the opening when this person was hesitating, Ling Han immediately channeled a movement technique, breaking into a run and fleeing. "Young Master Ling, you had better stay." This person moved, grabbing out at Ling Han's shoulder. He had made his decision. Even if Ling Han wanted to make things difficult for him, it would only happen in the future, but if he allowed Ling Han to escape, then Shang Jiwei's punishment would be close at hand. He could only hate himself secretly for being so nosy and determined to run out, leading to the presently difficult situation. He faltered slightly because the space within 3,000 meters of him had all warped, as if it had become multiple mirrors, and there was a Ling Han in every single mirror. He knew that these had to be false images, but these false images were too real. Whether it was appearance or aura, there was not the slightest bit of difference from the original, reaching the point where he could not distinguish which one was the real one at all. Quite interesting, but don't you know that the gap in cultivation level between you and me is really too wide? The Immortal Palace Tear humphed and stretched out his right hand. A seal that looked like a fierce tiger lit up on the back of his hand. Boom, a shock wave rippled out. Ping ping ping. The warped space crumbled, and the Ling Han that was in them only trembled before shattering. It was only the time for a single breath, and the 3,000 meters wide mirror space had completely collapsed. As for Ling Han, that Immortal Palace Tear realized, much to his shock, that this brat had actually appeared 1,000 miles away in the distance, moving so fast that he was about to run out of the range of his vision. What was going on? Right under his nose, Ling Han had actually managed to escape and flee. With a battle cry, the man's figure moved, and set off in rapid pursuit of Ling Han. In a few steps he had already caught up with Ling Han. He once again stretched out his hand to grab him, intending to capture Ling Han. "I won't believe this. A great Immortal Palace Tear, and I still can't capture a dividing soul tear?" Ling Han used the same trick again, using void space once more. Countless mirror images appeared. There were millions of him, and it was impossible to distinguish which one was real at all. "I get it now." That Immortal Palace Tear laughed loudly. Ling Han's void space actually surpassed the range of 3,000 meters, but Ling Han had deliberately limited its size, yet placed his true self outside of this range. Then the opponent would be fooled by his first impression, and think that Ling Han was within this range. Then even after he crumbled this space he could still do nothing against Ling Han. Good one, brat, to actually use secret techniques as nimbly as this, what a prodigy. He had also gained the desire to cherish talent, yet knew very well that he was not qualified to take Ling Han as a disciple at all. Even a ninth heaven celestial king regarded Ling Han as very important, so what place did that leave him? With a burst of celestial power, the mirror space was immediately shattered once more, and while he was faltering he saw that Ling Han had again appeared 1,000 miles away. Fuck. Being fooled once was forgivable, but he really should not have fallen for the same trick again. Was he an idiot? That Immortal Palace Tear couldn't help but feel a sliver of anger. Ling Han had not changed his tricks at all. Yet, the 6,000-meter wide mirror space he had spread out now was still not his limit. Thus, he had once again managed to successfully deceive him. But would you be capable of escaping? Just how much weaker is the Dividing Soul Tear compared to Immortal Palace Tear? Even if you used all your techniques, so what? You still will not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. His figure streaked out again and caught up with Ling Han for the third time. He stretched out his palm and he did not change his strategy of attack either. This was also a kind of pride. Ling Han smiled and void space was spread out again. This time, it encompassed an area of 12,000 meters. "I have already seen through your tricks," that Immortal Palace Tear declared proudly. Boom, his large hand spread out, enshrouding a total of 24,000 meters in space. "This is your limit, isn't it?" The large hand pressed down and all the images were immediately shattered. However, Ling Han's true self still did not appear. The Immortal Palace Tear's expression immediately became incredibly dark, as if someone had delivered a harsh slap to his face. That was how embarrassing it was. Ling Han was still 1,000 miles away. This brat could actually unfold his mirror space for more than 12,000 meters. The Immortal Palace Tear was really stunned. A mere Earth soul actually could control the regulations of space over such a large area. This was too unbelievable. "Old Qian, just how many times have you moved? And you actually haven't been able to take down a mere Dividing Soul Tear yet?" Someone laughed derisively. This was a colleague from the Four Seas Palace, but their usual relations really could not be considered very amicable. Old Qian humphed, and with another step, he caught up once more with Ling Han, pulling him down with a hand. Come on then, I refuse to believe that your mirror space can have an even wider range than my attack range. However, he miscalculated. This time Ling Han did not cast his mirror doppelgangers, but instead used the mirrors to advance rapidly. Added with a burst from the regulations of lightning, his speed reached a level that even immortal palace tiers would be moved at for an instant. He fled before old Qian's attack landed, escaping by a hair's breadth. This time even those ascending origin tiers cast their eyes over, locking down on Ling Han. This dividing soul tier was truly a little freakish. Holy Daughter and Ran is only like this as well, right? I thought that Holy Daughter and Ran would definitely become the next Imperial Empress, but if this brat joins our Four Seas Palace, with how freakishly talented he is, and added with how the Imperial Empress prizes him, it would definitely have a major impact on Holy Daughter and Ran. There is definitely going to be a good show to watch. The members of the Four Seas Palace all conversed spiritedly. The battle had essentially been decided. There were only a limited few that were still stubbornly resisting, allowing them to have enough free leisurely time to interact. Ling Han did not flee any longer. Though he had successfully escaped from the hands of an immortal palace tier 4 times, and could do so even 5 or 10 times more, there would ultimately be a time when techniques could no longer be used. Hide into the Black Tower? That was a question. There were hundreds of celestial kings here, and when Shang Jiwei got a hand free, the power of a 9th heaven celestial king was even more unpredictable. Old Qian, do you just have this little bit of power? He laughed loudly, beginning to mock Old Qian. Old Qian's face was flushed red, feeling like there were countless eyes directed on him, and making him want nothing more than to find a hole that he could bury himself in. He moved once more, grabbing out towards Ling Han. Chapter 2135. Xiao Gu was also good at attracting animosity. Ya. A familiar call rang out, and a streak of light rapidly shot over. Old Qian was stunned and had not even come back to his wits when pang, this streak of light had already crashed into his back. He was instantly harshly slammed into the ground, landing solidly. The speed of the light streak also decreased and everyone could see it clearly. This was actually a snow-white bone. The bone floated in midair entwined by threads of light, slowly taking human form. Who else could it be but Xiao Gu? Ya. When Xiao Gu spotted Ling Han, he appeared very elated. Pretty girl, give me a smile. Milord, don't do anything foolish. Wife, our hoe should be sent for repair. Xiao Gu immediately began chattering and mimicking word after word, with completely no sign of stopping anytime soon. Everyone was watching in shock, dumbfounded. This bone had come in such an astonishing manner, but what was it actually blurting out now? Meanwhile, Ling Han laughed loudly. For these 10,000 years, who knew how many conversations Xiao Gu had listened in on? He was naturally feeling very suffocated, so how could he be satisfied without mimicking to his heart's content? Xiao Gu, help me escape, he said. Xiao Gu, help me escape, Xiao Gu said as well, his expression completely serious. Fuck. Ling Han sighed plaintively. Thus Xiao Gu was always undependable when it came to crucial moments. Humph, since you are already here, then both of you should stay behind. An ascending origin tier moved, grabbing at both Ling Han and Xiao Gu. Humph, since you are already here, Xiao Gu copied the words, stretching out his hand as well and grabbing out at the other. Pum. The two hands crashed into each other and the light of regulations exploded. The large hand that Xiao Gu had extended burst through the other's large hand on an unstoppable course, continuing the course to grab ahead. Not good, that ascending origin tier exclaimed in shock and hurriedly turned around and fled. Not good. Xiao Gu did not realize that he was presently fighting another person at all. He too exclaimed in shock and turned and fled. Everyone watched this happen, their faces twitching madly. How could he play around with someone like that? That was going too far. That ascending origin tier wanted to throw up blood in his fury. If I can't match you, it would be due to my inferior strength, but you actually copy the way that I flee. What kind of horrible humiliation is that to me? This could not be tolerated. It was unacceptable. Ling Han rubbed his chin. Xiao Gu was clearly adorably dumb, but why could he instantly infuriate others to the extent that they would be hopping mad? If it had been the large black dog, that would have been logical. It was extraordinarily despicable by nature, and it would be nothing strange even if it managed to drive a celestial king to death with fury. Fong Tang stepped back. A figure descended from the skies, enshrouded in extraordinary light. A celestial king. That ascending origin tier hurriedly paid his greetings respectfully and stepped aside. A celestial king, no matter which heaven they were at, was still a supreme being. Anyone who had not reached this level could only treat them with utter respect. That celestial king looked at Xiao Gu and revealed an expression of shock. It was clearly only a bone, but why would it have such might? When a celestial king acted, they naturally had no reservations. Stretching out his hand, he grabbed out at Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu was in high spirits. With so many people playing with him, this was fun. He also stretched out his hand, copying the other's movement. Humph! That celestial king showed a hint of displeasure. I am a second heaven celestial king and you think I am just any random minor character. Peng. The two hands crashed into one another and one of them immediately crumbled. Unexpectedly, the hand that was shattered was actually the one that had been sent out by that celestial king. Boom! The large hand that Xiao Gu sent out continued to grab out at that celestial king. What? That celestial king exclaimed in shock and hurriedly turned and fled. What? Xiao Gu imitated him to perfection and also turned around and fled. This. Everyone's cheek was twitching. They felt that Xiao Gu was really too insulting. It's enough that you won, so why do you have to go so far? They were both celestial kings and had cultivated to this kind of height, so how could they be so tasteless? Why? That celestial king had already turned around, fuming mad with fury. Why? Xiao Gu also bared his teeth, copying him to absolute perfection. This was too far, this was really going too far. To say nothing of the fact that the celestial king wanted to commit murder, even the others were shaking their heads continuously. How could he do that? I, Lu Feng, swear that we cannot exist together. That celestial king roared furiously, his expression twisted in anger. Men could be killed but couldn't be insulted. A celestial king was noble and proud, standing equal to heaven and earth, so how could they be allowed to be slighted? I, Lu Feng, swear that we cannot exist together. Xiao Gu's expression was similarly twisted, and he was practically howling with fury. By now he had improved further. Not only could he mimic words, he would also add in some input of expression, appearing to be even more exaggerated. Everyone was about to pass out. Not only were you mimicking others as mockery, you were even stealing their names. This would mean a deadly feud. Lu Feng. Another elite descended from the skies. 5-colored light enshrouded him, representing that he was a fifth heaven celestial king. Lord Wu Heng. The celestial king from before hurriedly greeted him respectfully. There were a total of 3 heavens between the two of them. He needed to maintain an attitude of absolute respect. Wu Heng nodded. His expression was slightly solemn. You are no match for this person. Lu Feng was a little defiant. Though he had fallen into a disadvantage in the previous clash, he still had a very strong confidence that if he went all out in battle, it would not be certain that he would lose. However, Wu Heng actually determined that he was no match for Xiao Gu so decisively, which made him feel very defiant. He stepped back, giving way to Wu Heng. Sir, you are really outrageously bold to dare to interfere even in the matters of our Four Seas Palace. Wu Heng said menacingly. Sir, you are really... Xiao Gu was extremely happy, mimicking as he liked and driving others mad with fury. Wu Heng's expression involuntarily darkened. You are a celestial king yourself, so what is so fun about mimicking others like this? You are a... Xiao Gu's expression darkened even further, looking completely livid. Damn you! Wu Heng was furious. With a soft exclamation he moved. Boom! Endless immortal flames burned brightly and ferociously. He sent out a punch, an ancient seal of great Tao on his fist as the blow headed to suppress Xiao Gu. Damn you! Xiao Gu similarly looked like he had flown into a fury and approached in anger. Boom! Because Xiao Gu was copying completely, their 2 fists naturally crashed into one another, generating a world-shaking boom. Celestial light surged out as if the heaven and earth were being split apart, evolving into millions of worlds. Boom! Wu Heng was sent flying from the force while drawing out an arc in the skies, blood spraying madly from his whole body. When Xiao Gu saw this, he made an ah and also rolled backwards, forcing out blood to pour from his body. However, his body itself had been copied, so to say nothing of just bleeding a little, he would be fine even if he was beheaded. Everyone couldn't help but feel speechless. They had never seen someone so despicable. Ling Han was feeling gratified though. Xiao Gu was no longer just simply mimicking, but had already inserted some of his own performing skills. For example, in that exclamation of "Ah!" Wu Heng had not released such a pained cry. It was added in by Xiao Gu himself. There was improvement. Who knew endless years later Xiao Gu could possibly awaken his intelligence a second time, and ascend Dao once more. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's expression was filled with grief. He now knew that Wu Heng had not seen wrongly. He really was no match for Xiao Gu. Even a fifth heaven celestial king had been sent flying. Even if the strength of both sides was close to equal, suppressing him would only be the matter of a few moves. What was more terrifying was that this perhaps wasn't even Xiao Gu's full strength. Sixth heaven? Seventh heaven? Eighth heaven? Or even a supreme being of ninth heaven. Xiao, another celestial king descended, seven-colored light entwined around him. His whole body was also brimming with the air of primal chaos. His features could not be distinguished clearly, but the pressure that came from a supreme being was rippling out. Seventh heaven celestial king. Chapter 2136, Long Yuexi dies. The Four Seas Palace had abundant wealth. When a second heaven celestial king was outmatched, a fifth heaven celestial king would immediately jump out. And when a fifth heaven celestial king was outmatched, a seventh heaven celestial king would emerge. Finally, didn't they still have an overlord like a ninth heaven celestial king? You dare interfere in the business of our Four Seas Palace? I will let you know your own measure. This seventh heaven celestial king moved decisively, and a massive palm immediately descended from the skies, pressing down on Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu naturally copied him exactly. After repeating his words, he immediately pressed out his own palm towards the other. He did not know how to dodge at all. Immediately he was blasted solidly by the massive palm, and that seventh heaven celestial king's figure flashed, and appeared out of the attack range of this palm strike from Xiao Gu. Hong Long, a seventh heaven celestial king had moved. This might was really too domineering. Even if this was the rock palace, where every mountain rock was tempered to an incredibly high degree by the rock, a gigantic pit was still created from the blast, and Xiao Gu had also disappeared in this depression. Now that the spiritual mountain celestial king has moved, it is very easy as expected. That's right. The spiritual mountain celestial king has been a super monarch tier in the past, and now has hopes of attaining 8th heaven. His strength could even match some weaker 8th heaven celestial kings. To actually dare toy around with the spiritual mountain celestial king, he really was seeking his own death. The members of the Four Seas Palace were all smirking coldly. In terms of cultivation level, the spiritual mountain celestial king was ranked 3rd in the Four Seas Palace, but his strength was inferior only to Shangji Wei. He was the 2nd strongest elite of the Four Seas Palace. If he moved personally, how many in this world would he actually be incapable of suppressing? However, the spiritual mountain celestial king did not smile. Instead he became solemn. With a light wave, the dust and rocks that were flying in the deep pit were immediately swept away. At the bottom of the vacant pit, a person immediately appeared. It could not be called a person but rather a bone. It was snow white and crystalline, and possessed an incredibly ancient seal, exuding an aura of age. Xiao Gu. The members of the Four Seas Palace had all seen very clearly that when Xiao Gu had flown here, he was just a bone, and now he was still a bone. What did that mean? That he had not been injured at all. The move from a 7th heaven celestial king actually did not succeed. To call it a complete failure would be inappropriate as well. At least, the body that Xiao Gu had formed had been shattered, which had still proven how strong the spiritual mountain celestial king was. Previously, neither Lu Feng or Wu Heng had been able to do that at all. Just what exactly are you? The spiritual mountain celestial king asked in a low voice. The other's true body was just a bone, but was there such a powerful bone in this world? Just what exactly are you? Xiao Gu copied his words as he reformed his body. The spiritual mountain celestial king stared at Xiao Gu for a moment, and dismissed the thought of communicating with Xiao Gu. Whether Xiao Gu was deliberately mimicking him or only knew how to speak through mimicry, it was clear that he could not possibly say anything valuable. Then what was the point of wasting words? There was only one thing left to do: battle? The spiritual mountain celestial king moved without hesitation, and began fighting Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's expression was completely one of puzzlement. Why aren't you talking anymore? What is fun about just fighting and not talking? He dealt with the battle in a passive way, merely parrying without bothering to counter. The spiritual mountain celestial king was indeed very strong. He was an overlord among monarch tiers, his battle prowess having surpassed even 7th heaven, and advanced into 8th heaven. It should be known that there was the saying that every level of celestial king tier brought one closer to ascending the heavens. With a difference of a minor level, that meant a world of difference in strength. Regarding the saying that king tiers could be invincible among their peers, or how emperor tiers would be able to crush their opponents that were a minor level superior, that was completely useless in the celestial king tier. In truth, it was very rare that king tiers would be able to advance into the celestial king tier, unless they gained incredibly good fortune in the future. Only emperor tiers could possibly become celestial kings, and even then it was just a portion of them. It was only definite that monarch tiers could become celestial kings, and no matter what, they would become 4th heaven or 5th heaven celestial kings at least, but to speak of having tier-surpassing battle prowess, even monarch tiers could not possibly have it. Only super monarch tiers could achieve that. The spiritual mountain celestial king was one such monarch tier. His cultivation level was 7th heaven celestial king tier, but his battle prowess had reached 8th heaven celestial king tier. In fact, even among 8th heaven celestial kings, his battle prowess could place him in the middle ranks. This was too strong. To say nothing of the fact that Xiao Gu was presently muddle-headed, and did not know to counter at all, even if he rose up in resistance, it was definitely impossible that he would be a match for the spiritual mountain celestial king. This spiritual mountain celestial king could already be compared to the Black Dragon King. However, Xiao Gu had an astonishing advantage, and that was the strength of his defense was astounding. In truth, he was just a bone. If the bone was not damaged, he would be fine, and the toughness of his bone could compare to divine metals. With how tough divine metal was, even a 9th heaven celestial king could not break it by force. They could only slowly melt it down through the power of regulation. Thus, if the spiritual mountain celestial king wanted to pose a true threat to Xiao Gu, he could only use the power of regulation to refine Xiao Gu. Otherwise, it would only be wasted effort. But to accomplish this was really much too difficult. Xiao Gu had terrifyingly high accomplishments in regulations of space. No matter how the spiritual mountain celestial king trapped him, it was useless. Xiao Gu would still be able to easily break free. This caused the battle to sink into a stalemate. It was clear that the spiritual mountain celestial king was completely in an advantageous position, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not turn his advantage into a victory. Because Ling Han was already trapped, no one made any further move on him. After all, someone had experienced a loss at his hands before. If anyone made a move on Ling Han, it would definitely force them into a dilemma. In that case, they might just as well trap Ling Han here. In the skies, four great celestial kings battled strongly. Shang Jiwei against Long Yuexi, and Xiao Gu against the spiritual mountain celestial king. Both battles were incredibly intense. However, there was practically no one that could see these two battles because these four were really too powerful. Not only were they moving at an astonishing speed, their attacks were the same as well. What others could see were actually just the halos of bright light that exploded in flashes. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time trickled by. It would be nothing strange for great battles between celestial kings to last a few years, or even tens of thousands of years. Thus, everyone was not anxious. The rock heaven had existed for countless epochs, and so what if they had to spend several or even several tens of thousands of years to exterminate it? But merely 10 days later, one battle suddenly stopped, and no further brilliant light that could dazzle the heavens surged. Which battle was it? Shang Jiwei against Long Yuexi? Or Xiao Gu against the spiritual mountain celestial king? In only a while the answer was revealed. A figure suddenly dropped rapidly from the skies, and landed on the ground loudly. The two massive wings spread behind her back exuded an endless, boundless might, and the skin that was exposed was covered with dragon scales. This person could not be seen clearly at all. But there was no need to see the face, and they could confirm that this person was Long Yuexi because these were the wings of the rock. Could it be that Long Yuexi had won? The members of the Four Seas Palace were all stunned, while the members of the Rock Palace were overjoyed. If the Grand Elder won, then there would be no need for the Rock Palace to be disbanded, and this would have also dealt with a strong enemy like the Four Seas Palace. In the future, the Rock Palace would be able to regain its domineering stand as a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force. Peng, another person flew down and landed, an ancient mirror shining brilliantly behind her. Shang Jiwei. Shang Jiwei, you have won, but you have also lost, Long Yuexi said. When she said the first word, her voice was still very clear, but her voice became older as she spoke the second, and the dragon scales covering her body were also falling off piece by piece. Her black hair turned gray, and then from gray it turned white. In an instant, she had turned back into an old woman. She laughed loudly and then came to an abrupt stop. Not a single sign of life could be seen. Crack. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded in the heaven and earth, followed by an endless rain of blood. A lamenting sound was heard loudly, causing everyone to feel a sadness and grief rise up from the bottoms of their hearts, and when they wiped their eyes they were filled with tears. A celestial king had died and the heaven and earth grieved. Chapter 2137, Partiality. Long Yuexi had died. A celestial king of her generation, a ninth heaven overlord, practically the strongest existence in the celestial realm, someone who had endured countless epochs and borne witness to changes over the ages, had still finally died and returned to dust. If it were not for the fact that she could not let it go, she should have died long ago, several epochs ago. Grand Elder. The members of the Rock Palace all wept. Even Elder Fuyun showed a hint of grief in her expression. She had sided with the Four Seas Palace because she was incredibly realistic. However, it did not mean that her heart was already leaning in favor of the Four Seas Palace. Long live the Imperial Empress. The members of the Four Seas Palace meanwhile were all excited. With Long Yuexi's death, the Rock Palace was finally conquered. Shang Jiwei did not feel any kind of happiness. Instead, she showed a disappointed and frustrated expression. Perhaps it was Long Yuexi's final words that pierced her heart. Long ago, several epochs ago, she had already lost to Tianyun, and it was a complete, absolute loss at that. Tianyun and Yuan Sheng had both long since died, and now Long Yuexi had also died. So what if Shang Jiwei was the one to have the last laugh? When the flames of her vengeance were calmed, what meaning would there be left to her life? After I kill Tianyun's reincarnation and settle the matters of the palace, I will go to the doorway of darkness, and battle with those elites from the foreign realm right until I bleed the last drop of my blood, she murmured. Pacifying the storm of darkness, this was Yuan Sheng's strongest wish. Though I cannot realize it on his behalf, I will definitely try my best. Long Yuexi, though you have been my lifelong enemy, any crimes would be cleared with death. Taking into consideration the fact that you, too, are a ninth heaven celestial king, I shall offer you a funeral, she declared loudly. With a wave of her hand, boom, the indestructible rock mountains were forcibly torn apart, as if they were merely a painting being unfurled. With another wave of her hand, she delivered Long Yuexi's body into the mountain range that was torn open. Then, with her clapping her hands together, the mountains immediately returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened previously at all. This was the strength of a ninth heaven celestial king. Others would only manage to bump a few rocks off after fighting for so long, but she could easily cause damage. Enough, she spoke up again, filled with dominance. Greetings, Imperial Empress. The spiritual mountain celestial king descended, half kneeling in front of her, and appearing incredibly reverent, but the Lord held a very strong adoration. He has always loved Shang Jiwei, and the fact that he was willing to stay as a number 2 in the Four Seas Palace was also because of this. However, he had never dared to confess his feelings, fearing that after he was rejected, Shang Jiwei would expel him from the Four Seas Palace. Xiao Gu had his own principles when he was mimicking and impersonating. Though he saw how the spiritual mountain celestial king had half knelt, he did not kneel down alongside him, but rather went off in a daze on the sidelines. So it's old bone demon? Shang Jiwei looked at Xiao Gu. It was rumored that you had already died several epochs ago, and it looks like the rumors were not false. The consciousness that was born from the celestial bone has already died out, and the intelligence of this newly born one is no more than that of a 3-year-old. She had excellent insight, and could tell Xiao Gu's origins with a single glance. So it's old bone demon? Xiao Gu was very interested and began mimicking her words. Shang Jiwei did not take offense. Her gaze turned to Ling Han, a complex expression appearing on her face. After a long while she finally said, "You are Yuan Sheng's disciple, and that would make you my disciple, my child." When these words were spoken, a storm of protest rose among the members of the Four Seas Palace. A disciple was one thing, as Shang Jiwei had a total of 3 personal disciples. but a child. Shang Jiwei had never married, so it was naturally impossible that she would have any children. In that case, what kind of privileges would Ling Han have? Becoming the young imperial emperor of Four Seas Palace. Though everyone was unwilling to accept this, no one dared to say anything. They could only feel envy. The Four Seas Palace had always been ruled by Shang Jiwei's word alone. This was also the privilege due to a ninth heaven celestial king, the high and lofty status of a divinity. You are Yuan Sheng's disciple. Xiao Gu was also mimicking from the side, copying Shang Jiwei's expression and actions completely, and causing Ling Han to involuntarily feel gloomy. You fuck actually want to become my father as well? Hand over Qinyun's reincarnation. Shang Jiwei looked at Ling Han, her eyes holding benevolence. She was really treating Ling Han like her own child. Hand over Qinyun's, Xiao Gu repeated. Ling Han pretended to be puzzled and asked, what Qinyun's reincarnation? Qinyun's reincarnation has definitely not left the rock heaven, and she is not in anyone's spatial god tool either. Then there is only one possibility, and that is she is inside that Yuan Sheng forged, spatial god tool stated calmly. However, she deliberately skipped over the name of the Tower of Three Realms. It seemed like she knew that the effects of this name were overwhelming. Xiao Gu still copied completely shamelessly. Ling Han was inwardly stunned. Shang Jiwei had only done a sweep with her divine sense, and she had already scanned over every single person's spatial god tool. As expected of a ninth heaven celestial king, she was too strong. However, there was absolutely no way that he would hand Hunyou over. Thus he said, Aunt Wei Senior Tianyun has long since died. The Hunyou now is only Hunyou. She only possesses the martial imprint of Senior Tianyun, yet is a completely independent personality. She is only a junior of yours, so why should you lower yourself to her level? To play the fool with a ninth heaven celestial king was clearly a very stupid thing to do. However, Ling Han was truly shameless, and had even directly addressed her as Aunt Wei, causing the members of the Four Seas Palace to exclaim at his shamelessness. He was really too quick to go along with her lead. However, this address of Aunt Wei made Shang Jiwei feel elated. If she had been able to lay down her love for Yuan Sheng, she would not have possibly targeted the Rock Palace for so many years. As the saying went, the stronger the love, the stronger the hate that would result. What made her most despondent was the fact that she had never gotten any recognition. However, when Ling Han addressed her as Aunt Wei, it was equivalent to giving her status on behalf of the karmic life Heavenly Venerable. To Shang Jiwei, what could be more important than that? Involuntarily she smiled and said, You have a really sweet tongue, child. You have a really... Xiao Gu copied her words earnestly and tirelessly. However, as long as it is related to Tianyun, then it has to be destroyed. I cannot allow any sliver of her to remain in this world. Shang Jiwei declared decisively. Her hatred towards Tianyun was not something that could be resolved by just the words Aunt Wei. Aunt Wei, it is easy to make enemies but hard to resolve grudges. It would be better that you just let it go, Ling Han advised from the sidelines. Shang Jiwei's eyes blazed. You are merely besotted by that little girl's beauty. It is not true love. I have a disciple who is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. She is definitely in no way inferior to that little girl. Her temperament is gentle, and she has excellent natural talent in cultivation. I will make the decision and betroth her to you. She would be a truly good match for you. Hearing these words, the members of the Four Seas Palace were all dumbfounded. Shang Jiwei had a total of 3 disciples, but only one of them was female. Thus, she had to be speaking of Holy Daughter and Ran. True, Holy Daughter and Ran was extraordinarily talented in cultivation, and practically looked like she would become the second Shang Jiwei. Furthermore, she was also as beautiful as a celestial maiden. She was a truly exquisite beauty, but to say that she had a gentle temperament. Everyone shook their heads in unison, filled with disbelief. Holy Daughter and Ran definitely had absolutely no relation with these words. This woman was incredibly proud, just like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. To say nothing of peers, even in Immortal Palace tier and Ascending Origin tier, there were not many that she truly paid any regard to. If she knew that Shang Jiwei wanted to marry her off to Ling Han, she would probably explode. Furthermore, just how much did Shang Jiwei dote on Ling Han? Shang Jiwei had always considered Holy Daughter and Ran as her own daughter, yet now she was easily betrothing her hand to another like this. She did not even bother to ask, so it was clear just how partial she was to Ling Han, right? This was very much to be envied. The members of the Four Seas Palace all looked at Ling Han, and even a great many celestial kings were no exception. Chapter 2138, Four Seas City. Ling Han shook his head and smiled. "Aunt Wei, I already have a beautiful wife and am fully satisfied. There is no need to involve others for my sake." "No." Shang Wei shook her head resolutely. She had not succeeded in her own romance, which caused her to develop an extremist personality. Moreover, Ling Han was the heir of the karmic life Heavenly Venerable, while Ran was her disciple. As she saw it, this was the continuation of the affections from the previous generation, and could compensate for her regrets. One refused repeatedly, while the other was forcibly coercing him, and they bargained over and over again. Everyone was speechless. Was this still a ninth heaven celestial king? How was it that she now seemed like a matchmaker? Moreover, if Holy Daughter Ran knew about this, she would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. "I have not complained about you yet and you actually dare to reject me?" Or so she'd say. "Child, you really are stubborn." Shang Wei shook her head, but her eyes were filled with doting adoration. She had truly taken Ling Han to be her own son, and was using this kind of manner to pretend that she had finally married the karmic life Heavenly Venerable. She did not bother to talk any further with Ling Han. With a grab of her hand, Ling Han could not resist at all, and she had used her great power to grab him over, turning him into a mustard seed. "We return to the palace," she exclaimed. Immediately the masses subsided like floodwaters. Meanwhile, Shang Wei directly tore a hole into space, and traveled to the Four Seas Palace with a leap. She had not achieved Tao through regulations of space, but having been a ninth heaven celestial king for several epochs, she had abundant time to cultivate other regulations of great Tao as well. Thus, she could naturally cast space teleportation easily. Practically every ninth heaven celestial king was strong in every area. Thus, to dominate over your peers, and become an overlord even among ninth heaven celestial kings was incredibly difficult. The spiritual mountain celestial king also tore a rip into space and followed Shang Wei. He had not reached ninth heaven, but even with his natural talent, breaking through one heaven would need boundless time. He would be blocked by the cultivation level barrier for several 100 million years without advancing the slightest inch. Thus, he naturally would also be cultivating other regulations in his free time, and space and time were definitely the best options for him. However, even if a celestial king was going to study these two regulations, they would need corresponding celestial medicines, or corresponding source powers of heaven and earth. Otherwise, if they just relied on their own studies, their progress could be considered extremely minor. Thus, he was very soon left so far behind Shang Wei that he could not even see a sign of her. His brow furrowed in a slight frown. There was something troubling him. At first, he had planned to confess his feelings to Shang Wei after destroying the Rock Palace because Shang Wei would have already severed the last links she had with her old love. Yet now Ling Han had actually popped out, causing Shang Wei's motherly affection to overflow. This had disrupted his plans completely. He loved Shang Wei, so he naturally could not allow Shang Wei to have another man in her heart, even if she only considered this man as a child or nephew. Thus he considered Ling Han as a thorn in his side. There was another reason. His disciple Lin Xian was also extremely captivated by Ran, and now Shang Wei actually planned to betroth Ran to Ling Han. Then Lin Xian's hopes would naturally come to nothing. He was also very fond of this disciple of his, and considered him his own son. Now that his daughter-in-law was being taken, he was naturally displeased about it. These two reasons compounded together caused the spiritual mountain celestial king's killing intent to soar. Of course, there was definitely no possibility that he would make a move on Ling Han. If he did make a move with Shang Wei's insight, she would definitely be able to tell. By then, even if Shang Wei did not kill him on the basis of their previous relations, she would definitely still mercilessly expel him, to say the least. It would be eternally impossible for there to be any outcome between the two of them. However, was there any need for him to act personally when killing a mere dividing soul tier? There were more than enough elites that could kill this brat. For example, his disciple Lin Xian was already at first secret of the Immortal Palace tier, and was a monarch tier at that. Wouldn't suppressing Ling Han be a very simple matter for him? There were too many cases of failing to pull back in time in a spar, and accidentally killing someone. Even Shang Wei couldn't do anything about that, could she? Moreover, with how proud Ran was, if she found out that Shang Jiwei had betrothed her to Ling Han, she too would probably be stomping with fury, and be the first to jump out and deal with Ling Han. Ran was also at first secret, and her battle prowess was in fact slightly superior even to Lin Xian's. There would be abundant opportunities for murder. The Four Seas Palace was quite far away from the Rock Palace. Thus, even a ninth heaven celestial king would have to spend 7 days to complete the journey. Shang Jiwei's figure flashed, and appeared in front of a majestic great city. The Four Seas Palace was not as simple as just a palace, but rather was a great city on the sea. It floated in the great ocean as large as a star. How could a city possibly float on the ocean? It was not that the great city had been boosted by some kind of formations, and possessed the ability to stay afloat, but rather that there was a gigantic turtle below, bearing its weight. It was endlessly swimming in the ocean, and who knew how many epochs had passed. This great turtle had always been floating just like that on the surface of the ocean, and would eternally continue to float like this. The Four Seas Palace ruled over this great city, and the true location of their sect was in the core of this city. There was a chain of connected palaces, and they were all sea blue in color. Under the sunlight they looked like rippling waves. Respects for the Imperial Empress. As Shang Jiwei passed, the people on the streets all paid their respects. Though attacking the Rock Palace had practically mobilized all the elites of the sect, there were still a great many servants and protective forces left behind to prevent their headquarters from being completely wiped out while they were off on their assault on the Rock Palace. When she arrived at the main palace, Shang Jiwei tossed out her hand, and Ling Han immediately enlarged, returning back to his original size. Tianyun's reincarnation, she said once more, but her tone was now extremely strict. Ling Han could only act shamelessly. Shaking his head, he said, Hunyo is just Hunyo. She doesn't have much connection with Senior Tianyun. At present he had 2 things he could fall back on. The first was Shang Jiwei's protective affections for him, and the second was the might of the Black Tower that could carry him off in flight away from this place. Small Tower was extremely confident that even a heavenly venerable tear could not possibly stop it from leaving. Of course, if he could settle matters peacefully, that was naturally best. Shang Jiwei looked at Ling Han steadily, supreme assertiveness on her beautiful face, seemingly wanting to intimidate Ling Han into giving in. Unfortunately, Ling Han was least scared of this. After a while, Shang Jiwei suddenly broke into a smile. Ran is about to come out of seclusion. You two should get to know each other first. If she wanted to capture Ling Han, it would naturally be a piece of cake for her, but unlocking the Tower of 3 Realms was another story. Furthermore, she also truly considered Ling Han as her own descendant, and did not want to force Ling Han into doing something that he did not wish to. Thus, she came up with a very good idea: have Ling Han fall for Ran, and he naturally would forget about Tianyun's reincarnation, and obediently hand her over. Though Ling Han did not want to get to know that Ran, since Shang Jiwei did not speak about the matter of Hunyo, he naturally would not be reminding her. In any case, affections had to be mutual. If he stayed cool and indifferent on his side, how could Ran actually fall in love with him? For the time being, that was the plan. He nodded. I'll do as you say, Aunt Wei. Shang Jiwei was very pleased. The affections of the previous generation had no outcome, and she was determined that they would be realized in this later generation. Go on, you can walk around as you like in the palace and in the city. He could walk around wherever he liked in the palace and in the city, but another meaning to her words was that he could not leave the city. That was because Tianyun's reincarnation was still with him. Before he handed her over, Shang Jiwei would not let him leave no matter what. Ling Han excused himself and exited the main hall. Then, he saw an elder dressed in black robes appear noiselessly. This elder bowed to him in greeting. Young Master Ling, this old servant shall show you around first, and arrange accommodations for you as well. Chapter 2139, Holy Daughter Ran. This black-robed elder's face was covered with wrinkles, and he looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was completely white and his body slightly hunched, appearing old and decrepit. However, Ling Han did not dare to underestimate this old geezer in the slightest, because this old geezer's strength was unfathomable. He had definitely surpassed the dividing soul, and might be at the Immortal Palace tier or Ascending Origin tier. It should not be that he was a celestial king. There was no celestial king that would lower themselves to this extent. Furthermore, he was not wrapped by any strange lights either. This was a symbol of Celestial King tier. Ling Han smiled. Old sir, how do I address you? I would not dare. This old servant's surname is Qin, and I am a person who takes care of trivial matters in the palace. Young Master Ling can just address me as Manager Qin, the black-robed elder said, his attitude appearing incredibly humble. Manager Qin. Ling Han bowed. I have troubled you. No trouble, no trouble. Manager Qin chuckled. Please follow me. The old man walked ahead while Ling Han followed behind him. As they walked, Manager Qin would give Ling Han a commentary about which place was which lord's abode. For example, the spiritual mountain Celestial King and the others would naturally have a palace of their own, which was like a different world inside and was incredibly colossal. All of a sudden Ling Han's steps paused. He felt a menacing intent enshroud him, as if there was a supreme divine sword that was just about to stab a hole through him. This old servant pays respects to Holy Daughter and ran. Manager Qin bent his waist in respect in a certain direction, while his gaze roamed over Ling Han, showing a hint of surprise, seemingly stunned that Ling Han had actually been able to also discover something was off. Was it a coincidence? If it was not a coincidence, then this boy's awareness was really too sensitive. A red figure flashed and a woman leaped out. She wore a bright red body-fitting suit, outlining her pride-worthy, voluptuous figure on full display. Her beauty was also astonishingly exquisite. Though she was not as beautiful as the Empress in Hunyo, she was on par with Bewitching Maiden Ro, but her style was strikingly different. Bewitching Maiden Ro was captivatingly seductive, while this woman was fiery, just like a rose with thorns. This was Shang Jiwei's personal disciple. Her name was Enran, and she was also known as Holy Daughter Enran. Enran nodded slightly at Manager Qin. Though this person was not a celestial king, he was an old servant of the Four Seas Palace, and was deeply trusted by Shang Jiwei. Thus she also gave him some face. Otherwise, who could garner a second glance from her if they were not a celestial king? She glanced at Ling Han again and calmly stated, "Get out immediately from the Four Seas City, and don't have any wild delusions." She was really overbearing and did not care what Ling Han's own thoughts were at all. There was only one word that she wanted to say, scram. Ling Han chuckled and replied, "Sure, but I will have to trouble you to send me off." He indeed wanted to leave, but without handing Hunyo over, there was absolutely no way that Shang Jiwei would deliver him out of here. Thus, if Enran could send him out of the Four Seas City, Ling Han would naturally leave happily. Enran's eyes became harsh. Send you off? What was the meaning of that? Trying to get close to her? She humphed, "I'll give you 1 day's time, and if you are still staying in the city by this time tomorrow, then don't blame me for having no mercy." Having said that, she turned and left directly. Ling Han rubbed his nose. This woman was really overbearing. Who cares? Counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Manager Qin approached and softly asked, "Young Master Ling, should the Imperial Empress step in?" This person was definitely one of Shang Jiwei's trusted aides. Would any ordinary person be qualified to have a direct audience with Shang Jiwei? And hearing his tone, it seemed that he could see her whenever he wanted to. This kind of royal favor was really strong. Ling Han shook his head. "It's fine. Just let her be. Young Master Ling, you must not be careless." Holy Daughter Enran is a first secret monarch tier, and though you are also extremely talented, you are only at the dividing soul tier after all, Manager Qin continued. "Wouldn't I still have the help of Manager Qin in that case?" Ling Han asked smilingly. He did not know what Manager Qin's cultivation level was, but he had an instinctive feeling that his strength definitely had to be stronger than Enran's, and much stronger at that. Manager Qin had not thought that Ling Han would reply like this, and involuntarily faltered before breaking into a smile. This brat was really interesting. He did not have the arrogance that other monarch tiers had at all, not considering every other being beneath himself like them. If it was Lin Xian, he would definitely talk tough and say that he would resolve the matter himself. However, if he really made that choice, he would only be seeking his own suffering. Of course, Manager Qin would definitely not just sit by and watch, but he would only interfere when Ling Han was in life-threatening danger. However, with these words from Ling Han, it was definitely impossible that he would delay so long before interfering. Ling Han was clearly a super monarch tier, but did not have the common ailment of stubborn pride. That was good. Since young Master Ling has already said this, I naturally would not be sitting by and watching, Manager Qin said with a slight smile. He gestured for them to continue on their way. Young Master Ling, please. Manager Qin, please. Led by Manager Qin, Ling Han toured all over the Four Seas Palace. As for Four Seas City, he could not do the same. That was because it was too large. If he were really to take a tour around there, it could not be done without a few days' time. After his tour, Manager Qin arranged accommodations for Ling Han. The matters for tomorrow should be left for tomorrow. Ling Han couldn't bother himself to think too hard either. With a flash, his figure had already entered the Black Tower. Even if there was only one day, he had no wish to waste it either. At present, he had already opened the upper limits to his cultivation level, and urgently wished to break through to Heaven Soul, and after reaching Heaven Soul, he would not need to go to any mystery realm. He would be able to rapidly condense his fifth divided soul, and aim for the true complete pinnacle of the dividing soul tier. Of course, he was presently still short of one source power of heaven and earth. Small tower, how awesome would it be to condense 9 divided souls? Ling Han asked. He was very curious about this aspect. Having 9 divided souls, just what kind of concept was that? Fifth severance could match Yang's soul, so wouldn't dividing 9 souls be capable of killing even fifth secrets? You are overthinking things, Small Tower scoffed. It had never been one to spare anyone with its words. The gap between the dividing soul tier and Immortal Palace tier is too wide. Even if you condensed 8 divided souls, you could not possibly match Immortal Palace tier. Ling Han heard the hidden meaning in its words. Which also means that dividing 9 souls would be able to match it. Finally, no longer so stupid, Small Tower said. Dividing 9 souls could match Immortal Palace tier, but that was only limited to the first secret of the Immortal Palace tier. Not only was the gap between the Immortal Palace tier and Dividing Soul tier extremely wide, the gap was wide as well between every minor level. I am only short of one source power of heaven and earth, Ling Han murmured. By now he was not too far off from Heaven's Soul, and his need of 9 source powers of heaven and earth had also suddenly become urgent. Small Tower did not say anything further. Ling Han focused hard on cultivation inside the Black Tower, and Hunyo and the Empress were still attempting to collect the source power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Bewitching Maiden Ro and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were rather unoccupied. It was naturally extremely dull to just continue cultivating. One day in the outside world would be 1,000 days inside the Black Tower. Ling Han exited the Black Tower, feeling a sliver of improvement in his cultivation level. Ling Han. Right at this moment, An Rant's cold humph was heard from outside. Here she was. Ling Han walked out and saw that An Ran had come in without an invitation. She stood in the middle of the courtyard, and there was actually a young man beside her as well. He bore a modest smile on his face, but every movement was showing his arrogance, showing that his modest display was actually just an act. You haven't scrammed. An Ran declared coldly, appearing extremely displeased. I'm waiting for you to send me off, Ling Han said smilingly. Cheeky mouth. An Ran's beautiful eyes narrowed in a glare, and a terrifying pressure spread out like a tsunami. An Ran, allow me. That young man stretched out his arm to hold her back, and his gaze turned on Ling Han, showing a strong contempt and dislike. Chapter 2140, Bet. This young man's name was Lin Xian. He was the spiritual mountain celestial king's disciple, and was outstandingly talented. At present, his cultivation level was at first secret of Immortal Palace tier, and his battle prowess had reached third secret of Immortal Palace tier. He was a noble, great monarch tier. This also filled him with brimming confidence, and he dared to court a prodigious woman like An Ran. When he found out that Shang Jiwei had the intention to betroth An Ran to Ling Han, he was naturally both furious and anxious. What right did Ling Han have? Lin Xian had courted An Ran for so many years, and who in the entire Four Seas Palace did not know that? If Ling Han were to rob him of his woman, how would he be able to face others in the future? Moreover, it was very possible that An Ran would inherit the position of Imperial Empress, which was also one of the reasons that he definitely could not give up. A brat that had popped out from who knew where actually dared to try and snatch his woman? He was seeking death. Of course, he only dared to just imagine killing Ling Han. This was a person that Shang Jiwei favored greatly. Otherwise, how could she want to marry An Ran, whom she treated as her own daughter, to him? Thus, he did not dare do anything fatal to Ling Han at all, but just went along with An Ran's thoughts on expelling Ling Han from Four Seas City. This naturally would be the best of both worlds. He would have won in Ran's favor, and at the same time would not anger Shang Ziwei. Expelling Ling Han was in Ran's idea. And Ran was disdainful of Ling Han, and hearing Lin Xian speak, she nodded. Ling Han was merely an earth soul, and should either herself or Lin Xian move, they would be able to deal with him in a couple of moves. You could have escaped unscathed, Lin Xian said. He strode forwards. But since you are so determined to seek your own humiliation, you can't blame anyone for it either. Without waiting for Ling Han to answer at all, he stretched out his hand to grab out at Ling Han. Young Master Lin, please be lenient. A black figure flashed past, stepping in front of Ling Han, and allowing Lin Xian's palm strike to approach. When it landed on his body, Lin Xian's whole palm was embedded into his body. That was Manager Chen. Though Lin Xian's whole hand had sunk into his chest, he seemed to have not realized this fact at all. There was no change to his tone of voice either. Ling Han had seen very clearly that Manager Chen's chest had turned into sand, and when this palm strike from Lin Xian landed, it had not hit anything solid, so it was naturally impossible that it would cause any kind of damage. This old geezer was definitely an ascending origin tier. A ninth heaven celestial king might not be able to lift someone else directly to the celestial king tier, but it should be no problem for the ascending origin tier. With how much Shang Ziwei trusted Manager Chen, even if he was just at first severance or second severance, she would still be able to forcefully boost his cultivation level to the ascending origin tier. Lin Xian frowned and asked, Elder Chen, why are you stopping me? There was a seventh heaven celestial king backing Lin Xian up, and he originally should not have to be so respectful towards an ascending origin tier, and could directly address him by name. However, the person backing Manager Chen was Shang Ziwei, and he was very much trusted by her. With this, Lin Xian could only be extremely polite. To say nothing of him, even if the spiritual mountain celestial king was here, he would at the very least not simply issue commands to Manager Chen. Manager Chen chuckled. Young Master Ling is an honored guest of our Four Seas Palace, and thus I have the duty of protecting our honored guest, so please forgive me, young Master Lin. Lin Xian was immediately speechless. The other party had used major principles to suppress him, so how was he supposed to refute? Now it is a personal matter between me and him. And Ran was not willing to give in. Elder Chen, please do not interfere. Young miss, please do not make things difficult for me either. Manager Chen showed a troubled expression. Naturally, it was impossible that Ran would cross over Manager Chen and make a move on Ling Han. Thus, she only looked at Ling Han and said, when a man acts, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. To have another step up for you, do you not feel ashamed? Ling Han scratched his head, his expression simple and honest. You are an immortal palace tier and I am only a dividing soul tier. How am I supposed to fight you? As long as you can parry a blow from me, I will temporarily allow you to stay here, Ran declared proudly. This naturally was not letting Ling Han off easy, but rather that she intended to seriously injure Ling Han with this strike or even kill him. Afterwards, even if she would be reprimanded by Shang Ziwei, the latter would have nothing to say. In any case, with how much Ran was doted on, worst came to worst, she would be pelted with a harsh scolding, but for her to resign herself and marry Ling Han was an absolute impossibility. One strike. Ling Han hurriedly pretended to shake his head. The gap between the dividing soul tier and immortal palace tier is really too wide. To say nothing that you are a first secret monarch tier, even if you were an ordinary first secret, I would still be killed by one strike from you. This brat was not stupid, Lin Xian thought from the sidelines. Unfortunately, he was really too greedy, or he should have known that Ran was definitely someone way beyond his station. The difference in strength between the immortal palace tier and dividing soul tier was like the difference between heaven and earth, and that was the same for their status. Perhaps Ling Han would only be capable of remaining in the dividing soul tier for his whole life? But Ran would at least be capable of becoming a fifth heaven celestial king, or could possibly even inherit Shang Ziwei's legacy, and become the strongest ninth heaven celestial king in the celestial realm. Lin Xian did not know that there was still the heavenly venerable tier above ninth heaven celestial king tier. Only a very limited number of people knew this kind of secret. Even if you are outmatched, I still won't kill you, Ran said deliberately. Her aim was to coerce Ling Han into agreeing. Are you even a man? Ling Han purposely displayed an expression of anger. Who says I am not a man? Then come and parry a strike from me. Fine. It seemed like Ling Han could no longer tolerate being spurred on and agreed. Lin Xian immediately showed a disdainful expression. What an idiot to completely lose his wits just with a few words. This kind of person was not worthy of his serious regard at all. He just had to scheme a little and he would be able to easily get him killed. Meanwhile, Manager Chen was shocked. With how Ling Han had behaved yesterday, he was clearly a calm, steady person. How could he have been so easily angered? There was something off. However, Ling Han dragged out the word. I'm no idiot. Why should I allow you to hit me when there is no benefit? Unless you agree that if I can parry a strike from you, you will give me a few celestial medicines. A few celestial medicines? Brat, you are really demanding an exorbitant price. Who do you think you are? Taking a hit, and that is worth a few celestial medicines? No problem. And Ran agreed without the slightest hesitation. She was naturally being so straightforward because her killing intent was already spurred. She intended to kill Ling Han. Thus, no matter what kind of harsh conditions the latter demanded, so what? Ling Han was not so easily dismissed. He stretched out his hand. Then we'll make this bet. Take out the stakes of the bet. I fear you would renege on the bet. Do you think I would renege on our bet? And Ran was infuriated. She was the holy daughter of the Four Seas Palace and also the most favored disciple of Shang Wei. Her word was as good as gold, so how could she possibly break her word? In any case, if you don't take out the celestial medicines, I am not going to play. Ling Han's attitude was determined. Fine. And Ran finally nodded. Spreading open her right hand, 3 celestial medicines lay in her palm. 7 million years, 30 million years plus, and 200 billion 50 million years. Ling Han swept a glance over and couldn't help but shake his head continuously. I say, do you think you are fooling a beggar here? Celestial medicines of this age cannot even be considered preliminary quality. And Ran was involuntarily surprised. She had not thought that Ling Han's eyes were so sharp. He had just swept an eye over them, and he had completely clearly distinguished the age of the 3 celestial medicines. She gave Ling Han a second look, a feeling of alertness rising up in her heart. It can't be that this brat is a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? But upon further thought, she shook her head inwardly. No matter what, there was absolutely no way that a dividing soul tier could match an immortal palace tier, even if it was just parrying a strike. Moreover, she was a first secret monarch tier, her battle prowess directly soaring to the height of third secret. No matter how heaven-defying Ling Han was, it was useless. He would definitely be killed instantly with a strike. With another wave of her hand, 3 new celestial medicines appeared in her hand. Chapter 2141, Tricked. Only then did Ling Han break into a smile. Finally, we have some sincerity. All right, I will take a blow from you. He first took over the celestial medicines from Enran's hands. If she refused, he would not begin the bet either, so Enran could only give in. However, Enran was not concerned either. In any case, once Ling Han died, she would be able to take back whatever she gave out. Are you done? Enran asked impatiently. She had never accommodated someone so much before. Even if there hadn't been the previous matter of betrothal, she would have felt an impulse to kill Ling Han. Sure, of course, Ling Han replied, laughing. Young Master Ling, Manager Chen spoke up. He knew Enran very well. She was definitely not betting with Ling Han for fun, but was rather going to take Ling Han's life without the slightest hesitation. Otherwise she would not have been Enran. Thus, Manager Chen wanted to advise Ling Han not to do so. At a critical moment, he would even use brute force to forcibly take the other away and leave. Ling Han was a person that Shang Wei had deliberately instructed that he had to take good care of, and no harm could be allowed to come to him. It's fine. Ling Han winked at Manager Chen. Manager Chen was inwardly surprised. In his impression, Ling Han was definitely not the type that would be so greedy to the point of risking his own life. What more when this was no longer a risk he was taking, but rather committing suicide. Why had Ling Han agreed to the battle? Could it be that he had some kind of special technique to deal with an immortal palace tier? Hesitating, Manager Chen took a step back, and made no further attempt to stop them. Enran moved. Boom, her slender hand spread open, her fingers like mountains that enveloped Ling Han. Ling Han's figure trembled. The whole 30,000 meters of surrounding space warped to become multiple mirrors, and an image of Ling Han was placed in every single mirror. This. Enran couldn't help but falter. Which of them was Ling Han's true self? This move had indeed exceeded her expectations. Ling Han had actually grasped regulations of space and was actually so skilled at them. Boom, the attack surged past, and the space mirrors shattered one after another. The Ling Hans within them were also naturally shattered by the impact, but there were still around 1/3 of space mirrors that were unscathed. As long as there was still one spiritual void manifestation, Ling Han's true self could freely switch with it. Thus, this blow naturally did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Han. Ling Han smiled. "Thank you for the business, please see yourself out." You. And Ran was first taken aback, and then flew into an abrupt fury. She naturally knew that she had fallen for Ling Han's trick. This brat was really a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had obviously grasped the regulations of space, and possessed a very strong survival ability, yet pretended to use all sorts of excuses, purposely inciting her to take out celestial medicines to use as stakes for their bet. Too devious, too cunning. Was this still a man? Meanwhile, Manager Chen was stroking his beard and smiling slightly. So it turned out that Ling Han had this kind of ability. No wonder he dared to accept such a bet. And Ran glared at Ling Han for a while and then said, "Take another blow from me." Didn't you just say that I only have to take one blow?" Ling Han feigned shock. And Ran was indeed overbearing, but she was also proud at the same time. Hearing Ling Han's words, her face involuntarily reddened. With her status, she should not have made a move on a dividing soul tier, and now making a move once was not enough, and she actually wanted to do it a second time. This was too embarrassing. "Do you dare take another blow from me?" She could only continue to spur him on like this. Ling Han extended his hand and then crooked a finger. "Take out another 3 celestial medicines and they all have to be over 1,000,000,000 years in age. If the celestial medicine was over 1,000,000,000 years old, then even a dividing soul tier could use them. Of course, if it was 10 billion years or 100 billion years and above, that would definitely be even better." And Ran thought for a while. She had already seen this move from Ling Han, so it was definitely impossible that she would be deceived again. Fine again. She took out another 3 celestial medicines and they were all over 1,000,000,000 years in age. Only someone like her, a disciple of a 9th heaven celestial king, would be that wealthy. Ling Han accepted them happily, smiling widely and stated, "Come on then." And Ran moved again. This time she had directly used a celestial technique. A desolate aura surged out. It was as if she had become a great beast that originated from the ancient era. She only had to move slightly and she would be capable of even shattering the heaven and earth. Having fallen for Ling Han's trick once, she set aside all her previous contempt, and considered Ling Han as a real opponent. Boom, she sent out a punch. Instantly the space was ripped apart, and the force endlessly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it had covered an area of 30,000 meters, and was still spreading out continuously. Ling Han did not use the power of space, but rather took this blow head-on. Boom, the strike immediately landed solidly on him, and his figure was sent flying like he was a cannonball. However, and Ran, Manager Qin and Lin Xian all showed expressions of shock at the same time. That was because though Ling Han had been sent flying, his body was completely undamaged. How was this possible? Taking such a terrifying blow, Ling Han should logically have been turned into pieces. How was it possible that he was practically unharmed? There were indeed some traces of blood at the corners of his lips, but this kind of injury was completely negligible. He was still who knew how far off from actual death. With a bang, Ling Han crashed heavily into a stone pillar, and his body was immediately stopped. Then he slid back down, but before his body had landed completely on the ground, he had already stood up by himself. He had taken another blow and he had done so with great ease. This was because he had directly channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, and for a short time, his defenses would be boosted to a terrifying extent. He would be able to easily take on even the full force blow of a first secret monarch tier. And Ran and the others were gaping widely, still in a state of deep shock and astonishment. Previously, though Ling Han had also parried a strike from Ran, it had been due to a stroke of cleverness, and he had not confronted Ran directly. However, it was completely different this time round. Ling Han had sustained a blow head-on, and it was a blow with full force from Ran at that. Awesome to the extreme. With this strike, there was nothing Ran could say or complain about. However, she became even more infuriated. "You obviously had that kind of strength, but why had you not used it during the first time?" This guy was clearly wanting to scam her for her celestial medicines. Realization suddenly dawned on her. This guy that looked to be slightly dumb was instead a prodigy. He had deliberately lured her into the trap, tricking her twice for her celestial medicines. Had she ever been tricked before? There was definitely no such instance. Firstly, no one would dare, and secondly, with her prodigious genius, who could successfully trick her. Yet now one such person had appeared. He had not only tricked her, he had done it twice. And Ran was angered to the point of madness. However, she had no choice but to be impressed by Ling Han's strength. This guy was really outrageously bold, and he did indeed have heaven-defying techniques. Even she had to admit that she was impressed. Good, good, good. She said the word 3 times. Even if she was angered to the point of wanting to commit murder, she could not bring herself to make another move on Ling Han. If she were to move on a dividing soul tier 3 times consecutively, her pride would not allow that. She turned and left. At least for the moment, she could not possibly come again to deal with Ling Han. Meanwhile, Lin Xian looked longer at Ling Han before turning around and leaving as well. He had already tagged Ling Han as a powerful enemy that he had to get rid of. His display was too heaven-defying. If he broke through again to the Immortal Palace tier, then wouldn't he be completely unmatched? Young Master Ling, very well done. Manager Qin said, smiling widely, and even gave Ling Han a thumbs up. Ling Han smiled slightly. Manager Qin is too polite. This junior just has thick skin and coarse flesh. Manager Qin only smiled in response. Ling Han was both brave and smart. It was nothing as simple as just having heaven-defying defenses. Furthermore, he dared to even trick Holy Daughter and Ran. In the Four Seas Palace, this was definitely the first time it happened. Chapter 2142, Reaching Heaven's Soul Quietly. Ling Han settled down in the Four Seas Palace. Every day he would be studying Great Tao, and at the same time would also be concocting alchemical pills. Shang Jiwei had very good patience. She had been alive for who knew how many epochs, so she naturally did not mind waiting 8 to 10 years or even several 100 billion years. She would have this kind of patience naturally because she took Ling Han as her own son/nephew. Otherwise, she would have just killed him and been done with it. However, it was also not realistic for Ling Han to leave Four Seas City. Shang Jiwei would definitely not allow him to leave before he handed over Hunyo. Thus, he could only cultivate and improve his skill in alchemy. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had already passed. 7 years had passed in the outside world, and with the time acceleration effects of the Black Tower, as long as 7,000 years had passed, and the time spent comprehending Tao underneath the reincarnation tree was even more overwhelmingly long, and added with how Shang Jiwei doted on him, she would deliver all kind of precious cultivation resources to him, causing his cultivation level to soar all the way to the pinnacle of Earth Soul. Ling Han estimated that if he had not had Shang Jiwei's support, he would only have been able to reach this level in over 1,000 years. Even the Black Tower was not omnipotent. From this, it was also clear that Shang Jiwei was really treating him like her own son, which also caused Ling Han a headache. In the future, if Hunyo were to become enemies with Shang Jiwei, he would definitely be on Hunyo's side, but if he was to step in to deal with Shang Jiwei, that would be really too ungrateful. Whatever, he'd put the matter aside for now. The Rock Palace possessed Yang Soul Ocean, Earth Soul Mountain, and the sort, so considering the Four Seas Palace was its equal, would they also have this kind of mystery realm? Of course they would. Thus, when Ling Han reached peak stage Earth Soul, he went to the Heaven Soul Pool to break through. Merely a month later, he had reached consummate level and successfully advanced to Heaven Soul tier, catching up with Hunyo, the Empress, and the others in cultivation level. And another piece of good news came. The Empress and Hunyo had subdued the source power of heaven and earth at about the same time. They managed to succeed firstly because their own natural talent and cultivation was extremely high, and they were qualified to subdue source powers of heaven and earth, and secondly because the Black Dragon King had used a secret technique to weaken the resistance of the source power of heaven and earth, thus allowing the two women to succeed easily. Otherwise, even a celestial king would need tens of millions of years to collect a source power of heaven and earth. Even with the time acceleration effects of the Black Tower, the two women had only spent more than 10,000 years. Ling Han. Hunyo pounced into Ling Han's arms, greedily sniffing the scent that belonged solely to him. Nyo missed you to death. No slight distraction could take place when collecting a source power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, not only would all previous efforts be completely wasted, the source power of heaven and earth would also abandon you and leave. This was always only a one-time opportunity. Thus, Hunyeo could only suppress her nature earlier. For her, this was really not very easily done. Ling Han laughed loudly and spun around 3 times where he stood while hugging Hunyeo. The Empress also pounced. She looked down proudly on the world and would directly express any fondness she felt. She would not pay any regard to the thoughts of others. Ling Han also embraced the Empress and felt as if embracing these 2 women in his arms was like embracing the whole world, and his heart also became incredibly steadfast. He would definitely safeguard this happiness. Hunyeo is going out to play. Hunyeo acted spoiled in Ling Han's arms for a while, and then couldn't help but call out. She had a playful nature, and she had been in seclusion for over 10,000 years continuously this time. She naturally felt suffocated. Ling Han's expression changed lightly. Shaking his head, he said, "Hunyeo, you won't be able to leave here for the moment." "Why?" Hunyeo's expression was filled with curiosity. Ling Han sighed, and after slight hesitation, he told her the truth about how the Rock Palace had already been destroyed by the Four Seas Palace. "Wah, that despicable old witch Hunyeo will kill her." After Hunyeo heard this, she was immediately howling in anger. Indeed, she had not liked how long Yuexi would interfere in all her matters, but after so many years she had naturally developed very strong affections for Long Yuexi, just like how a mischievous granddaughter would feel towards her grandmother. She was not so concerned about the destruction of the Rock Palace, but Long Yuexi's death still made her extremely furious. She wanted to leap out of the Black Tower and seek out Shang Wei for vengeance. Ling Han naturally would not agree. The other party was just worrying if Hunyeo was going to appear. Going out would really mean just delivering herself to her doorstep. He continuously comforted and eased her anxiety. The Empress also put aside their old grudges, and gave Hunyeo a few words of advice, and added with bewitching Maiden Ro and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden who had come later, the 4 of them finally managed to temporarily convince Hunyeo. Hunyeo is going to cultivate. Hunyeo is going to become a heavenly venerable tier, then beat up that old witch. Hunyeo declared, her eyes red. This little girl had never liked cultivation, but now she was actually announcing such a declaration, which showed how sorrowful and furious she was. Ling Han nodded. If Hunyeo could focus her grief on cultivation, that would be good, but hopefully this matter would not have any effects on the little girl's personality, and turn an originally optimistic person into a tool that only knew revenge. He exited the Black Tower and went into a daze. 7 years had passed, and though Shang Wei had still not forced him before, he had not found any means of leaving at all. It was like he would only be able to escape and leave when he advanced to Celestial King tier, and was qualified to match Shang Wei in speed. What was he going to do? If Hunyeo could not leave the Black Tower, then it would be forever impossible for her to break through to the Immortal Palace tier. How could that be allowed? Ping ping ping. Just as he was feeling troubled, a knock sounded at the doors. There had been countless people who had visited him throughout these 7 years. She was presently the most important person in Shang Wei's eyes. Everyone wanted to develop amicable relations with him. However, he had been constantly cultivating in seclusion, so others could only be left out in the cold. And now here was a visitor. Ling Han naturally would not be surprised. He had initially wanted to enter into the Black Tower, but thinking that since he was presently stuck in a dilemma anyways, he might as well find someone he could chat with and find distraction from his troubles. He went to open the doors and saw a young man standing in the doorway. When he saw Ling Han, he immediately clasped his hands in greeting and said, "My name is Fu He and I am Lord Lin Xian's follower." "Greetings, young Master Ling." One of Lin Xian's men. Ling Han naturally did not bear any positive feelings for Lin Xian, but as the saying went, one would not hit someone who smiled at you. He could not bother himself to show his displeasure to just one of his underlings either. Thus he smiled and asked, "What is it?" "It's like this. A mystery realm has been newly discovered in the wide change heaven, attracting a great many prodigies and elites to adventure there. Lord Lin Xian and Lady Ran have both decided to journey there." Fu He showed a very humble attitude. "Lord Lin Xian has commanded me to come and ask if young Master Ling would be interested to go with them." Of course he was, but how could Shang Wei actually release him? Moreover, would Lin Xian really be that kind? He was probably planning on making a move on him in the mystery realm. Ling Han smiled slightly. "If Lin Xian can convince Aunt Wei, I would indeed like to take a look. The spiritual mountain Celestial King still has some influence on the Lady Imperial Empress. Since young Master Ling wishes to go, then Lord Lin Xian would naturally ask the spiritual mountain celestial king to step out, and put the suggestion forward to Lady Imperial Empress, Fu he said. Ling Han was surprised. As a great, noble celestial king, one that was at seventh heaven at that, he would actually be willing to deliberately make a trip for the sake of a minor dividing soul tear like him? It looked like the spiritual mountain celestial king was very meticulous when it came to the matters of his disciple as well if he would actually come out in the open, and create a chance for his disciple to kill him. However, if they were really able to leave the Four Seas Palace, Ling Han would really like to grab this opportunity. He had the Black Tower and this should only be known to Shang Jiwei. Even the spiritual mountain celestial king did not know about the karmic life heavenly venerable. The matter actually progressed extraordinarily smoothly. A mere 3 days later, Manager Chen passed on a message from Shang Jiwei that he was to decide for himself whether to go to this mystery realm or not, and if he was going there would be many dangers in the mystery realm so he had to be extremely cautious. Chapter 2143, Another Familiar Person. Naturally Ling Han chose to go. Thus, when Manager Chen brought the message back from Ling Han, Shang Jiwei deliberately summoned both him and Ran. She did not speak of the matter of Hunyo at all, and merely reminded them to be especially careful, as benevolent as a mother. This caused Ran to clench her fists in anger. Initially this had been concern and love that she enjoyed alone, yet now she had to share it with Ling Han, which made it very hard for her to accept. Fine, you have snatched what belongs to me, and I will definitely make you suffer after we enter into the mystery realm, she internally swore. Ran, Shang Jiwei suddenly looked towards her. Master. Ran hurriedly half-knelt. I'll entrust Ling Han to you. You must not let any harm come to him. Shang Jiwei said sternly. How could she be ignorant of this disciple's personality? Thus she directly gave her forewarning. Ran's mouth gaped half open. With her personality, if she were to agree, it would be absolutely impossible that she wouldn't keep her promise. Otherwise, how would she be able to call Shang Jiwei her master again? However, to ask her to tolerate Ling Han for the whole journey, and have to guarantee his safety at the same time, how could she accept that? And? Shang Jiwei's slender brows furrowed in a slight frown. Yes, master. Ran nodded reluctantly. Only now did Shang Jiwei break into a smile. She glanced at Ling Han, then turned to look at Ran, and felt that this was really a match made in heaven, causing her to involuntarily recall how she and the karmic life heavenly venerable would have been in their youth, if that Tistenyun had not appeared. Involuntarily her killing intent blazed. Boom, multiple depressions appeared in the palace. A storm surged out from the void, but was immediately sliced to pieces by her killing intent. When a ninth heaven celestial king raged, even the heaven and earth would be moved. Go on. She waved them off. Ling Han and Ran quickly left, firstly because they both had thoughts on their minds, and secondly because a ninth heaven celestial king was angered, and the pressure was too heavy to stay beside her. After some slight preparations, Ling Han and the rest then set out. This time, it was the spiritual mountain celestial king leading them. It was just a few juniors going off to adventure in a mystery realm, so why was there any need to mobilize a seventh heaven celestial king? This naturally was due to Shang Jiwei's high regard. Whether it was Ran or Ling Han, she considered them both as her own children, and naturally would not allow anything bad to happen to either of them. However, there had initially been no need for the spiritual mountain celestial king to step out for this matter personally, yet he took the initiative to take this job, so it was naturally impossible that Shang Jiwei would refuse. Thus, the spiritual mountain celestial king scooped up the three young people, and directly tore a rip into space, setting out towards the wide change heaven. A mere 5 days later he stopped. They had already arrived at the wide change heaven. The spiritual mountain celestial king's figure slowed, and slowly advanced with the three juniors. However, celestial kings had heaven-defying power. Ling Han was obviously just using normal speed to travel, yet he still did not fall back behind Ran and Lin Xian, far surpassing the speed that he could reach. In truth, Lin Xian and Ran's speed was also faster than their usual rate. This was because the spiritual mountain celestial king had boosted them with a certain celestial technique, yet they did not feel anything at all as if this was very normal. In this way they had only spent another day to arrive at the location of that mystery realm. Ling Han's expression became strange because he knew this place. It was not that he had been here before, but rather that he had seen it on a map. After he had won the first place in the alchemy tournament, the prize was an ancient map, and it was said that there was a several hundred billion years old celestial medicine hidden in the location where the hidden treasure was shown on the map, and it was within this mystery realm. What a coincidence. This mystery realm had only appeared not too long ago. Initially this had been a sea, but in the last few years the sea waters rapidly evaporated, revealing a gigantic pit. Then the pit cracked apart, revealing another world. Ling Han deliberately swept a glance over the ancient map, and discovered that there should have been a transference portal that could allow entry, but some unknown change had taken place, causing the sea waters to evaporate, and the mystery realm to reveal itself. In the skies, multiple figures streaked past, flying into the mystery realm. Ling Han looked down from his lofty position, and saw that incredibly tall trees spread as far as the eye could see. They were several thousand meters tall, and the tree leaves were thick and wide, considerably larger than even the average house. And the roars of tigers and howls of wolves could vaguely be heard from beneath them. There were also birds flying out from within. Some directly flew far away while others would fly in a circle, and then return into the mystery realm. This is a place that has been lost since the ancient age. The spiritual mountain celestial king's eyes closed slightly, his right hand making a divination beneath his sleeve. A while later his eyes snapped open, showing an expression of surprise. The celestial realm had existed for who knew how many epochs, but people universally called what was 10 epochs ago the ancient age, and what was 100 epochs ago would be called the primitive age. Though the spiritual mountain celestial king had attained Tao many years ago, he had only been alive for over 2 epochs, and compared to the celestial realm, that was naturally negligible. It was said that a super great war had erupted before both in the ancient age and primitive age, and a great many celestial kings had died, even 9th heaven celestial kings. Thus, when something was connected with the ancient age, even he, a 7th heaven celestial king, would be tempted. Who knew, there might be a treasure that had been left after the death of a 9th heaven celestial king that would lend him a helping hand, and help him to break through to 8th heaven. Brother spiritual mountain. A cry rang out, and a man with a thin, lanky build flew down towards them. Brother great clouds. When the spiritual mountain celestial king saw him, he offered him a smile and even nodded in response. This thin man's body was wrapped with 8-colored celestial light, showing that he was an 8th heaven celestial king. Why would an 8th heaven celestial king be willing to treat the spiritual mountain celestial king as an equal? Naturally, it was because the spiritual mountain celestial king's battle prowess was too strong, and there was a place for him even among 8th heaven celestial kings. The great cloud celestial king waved a hand, and 5 young people instantly appeared by his side. These were the juniors that he had brought along with him using a celestial technique. Ling Han. One of the juniors spotted Ling Han and uncontrollably called out. Ling Han naturally spotted him as well, and a rueful feeling involuntarily rose up in him. This world was actually quite small. Yulan Fenghua, the holy son of the Imperial Void Sect. Going by that account, this great cloud celestial king should be a member of the Imperial Void Sect then. So it is Brother Yulan, Ling Han replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yulan Fenghua's expression was filled with shock. Previously he had battled Ling Han, and the outcome was a tie, but Ling Han's cultivation level was lower than his by a minor level, causing his menacing killing intent to rise. He had deliberately chatted with the other party just to probe into Ling Han's background. He could confirm that Ling Han was just a lone cultivator, albeit one with heaven-defying good luck, and that was why he would have been so accomplished in cultivation. Thus, he extended an invitation to Ling Han, inviting him to the Imperial Void Sect. There, he would be able to play Ling Han easily to death. But now he had actually seen Ling Han again, and the latter was actually with the members of the Four Seas Palace. He was a member of the Four Seas Palace. He had never heard about someone like him in the Four Seas Palace. Who is this little boy to actually be acquainted with our holy son Yulan? The great cloud celestial king swept over him, and deliberately voiced the question. That was because he was very familiar with Yulan Fenghua, and he had never seen the latter look so stunned. At least in front of a peer of equal cultivation levels, both Ling Han and Yulan Fenghua were heaven souls. Just a mere junior? The spiritual mountain celestial king sketched over the details. If Ling Han had a grudge with the Imperial Void Sect, he would not mind using them to get Ling Han killed. Thus, It was naturally impossible that he would reveal the relationship between Ling Han and Shang Jiwei. And Ran was presently angry, so she naturally would not help Ling Han explain, and it was even more so for Lin Xian. Chapter 2144, Insect Sting. I had never thought that this place was actually a lost land from the ancient age. The Great Cloud Celestial King spoke the same words as the Spiritual Mountain Celestial King. This eight-truth spiritual beast should have long since gone extinct, right? I never imagined that I would be able to see it again here. He extended a hand carelessly, and as origin power surged, a massive beast was instantly grabbed by a colossal eight-colored hand. No matter how hard it struggled, it was all wasted effort, and when it had been dragged in front of these two celestial kings, it was so scared that its tail was tightly clamped between its legs. In front of this kind of high-level celestial king, no matter how untamable and wild it would still instinctively feel fear. A celestial king represented the heaven and earth. Indeed, these 8 celestial patterns have been infused with 8 kinds of regulations of heaven and earth. The spiritual mountain celestial king waved a hand, and an extremely complex seal immediately appeared on that massive beast. Though the original 8-truth spiritual beast has not advanced into 9th heaven, with these 8 celestial patterns, it still practically conquered all its peers of 8th heaven. Ling Han heard this and then sensed for himself. Involuntarily he nodded inwardly. At present he possessed 8 source powers of heaven and earth, but these 8 regulations were the closest to their source, so he was also most sensitive towards these 8 regulations. He could sense that there were 5 regulations on that seal that could resonate with him. Once the 8-truth spiritual beast advanced into severing mundane tier, it would grasp 8 regulations, so its battle prowess was definitely incredibly strong, and it would be a cinch for it to suppress all its peers. Initially, I had only made this trip on a spontaneous impulse due to extreme boredom, but I never thought that I would discover a lost land from the ancient age. The Great Cloud Celestial King casually tossed the 8-truth spiritual beast away, and this giant beast hurriedly broke into a run and fled. It was practically scared out of its wits. Who knows what great fortune there would be, the spiritual mountain celestial king stated calmly, but there was a dominance in his tone that spoke of willingness to battle the heaven and earth itself. This was a way of expression and also a kind of confidence. Even if the other was an 8th heaven celestial king, he would not give in to him or fear him. Let the juniors go for their adventure while we take a walk, all right? The Great Cloud Celestial King asked, smiling. Sure. The spiritual mountain celestial king immediately accepted. With him and the Great Cloud Celestial King, how would Ling Han and the rest be able to die? With a wave of his hand, the Great Cloud Celestial King sent the 5 juniors by his side into the mystery realm, and the spiritual mountain celestial king also waved his hand, and delivered Ling Han and the others inside. They were practically right next to Yulan Fenghua and his group. The 2 celestial kings laughed and strode off. Their target was a tall peak that pierced through the clouds in the distance. There were divine clouds immersing the skies, and possessed a primitive air. Ling Han understood inwardly. The reason that the spiritual mountain celestial king had escorted them here was not just to ensure the safety of their group, but also for the purpose of monitoring him, naturally for Hunyo's sake. How could Shang Jiwei possibly let him go so easily? And now that the spiritual mountain celestial king had left, both Ran and Lin Xian should be taking over this duty then. In fact, the spiritual mountain celestial king still had a sliver of thought following him. Hunyo only had to appear, and this thread of thought would immediately take form and capture Hunyo. Even a thread of thought from a celestial king could suppress ascending origin tier, and this was an unquestionable fact. Ling Han still could not let Hunyo out now, and had to find a chance to flee. He had no intention of returning to 4C City. Holy Daughter and Ran brother Lin Xian. Yulan Fenghua and the others all greeted Ran and Lin Xian. Previously, all of them appeared slightly reserved in the presence of celestial kings. Among these 5 of them, aside from Yulan Fenghua who was still a heaven soul, the other 4 had all advanced into the Immortal Palace tier, and were the other holy sons and holy daughter of the Imperial Void sect. However, 4 of these were men with only one that was a woman. Lin Xian and Ran clearly knew them and greeted them back. This is, the man named Ai Kaifeng looked towards Ling Han, and showed an expression of ponderment. Ling Han. Ling Han smiled slightly. Ai Kaifeng responded with a reserved smile, though a hint of disdain was revealed in the corners of his lips. He was a first secret monarch tier while the other was only a heavenly emperor. The gap in strength between the two of them was like the gap between heaven and earth, so he naturally disdained even talking to Ling Han. This would degrade his own status. He was not the only one, for the other three were the same. Their names were Lao Liang, Bi Ziwen, and Di Tongxin respectively. They merely conversed cordially with Lin Xian and ran, but did not cast a second look at Ling Han. The truth was the fact that they even bothered to ask Ling Han's name was already giving him enough credit. Neither Ran nor Lin Xian had the intention to explain who Ling Han was. The 8 of them set out and began walking in the forest. They were not celestial kings, so how could they possibly dare to act rash in this land from the ancient age, and fly in the air without restraint? This dense forest was very dark, and the great trees were several thousand meters tall, with large, dense, thick leaves that blocked all light. Thankfully, they were all at the dividing soul tier at the very least, so this was naturally not much of a problem. Aya! Bi Ziwen suddenly exclaimed and stopped walking. What is it? Lao Yang asked. Bi Ziwen raised his leg and saw that blood was actually dripping from his foot. Everyone was stunned. Though they had not encountered enemies yet, having come to such a place, who would dare be careless? They would all definitely have covered their bodies with origin power, but Bi Ziwen had actually bled for no reason, which both confused and shocked them. What's going on? Bi Ziwen removed his sock and shoe, and saw that there was actually an insect sting stabbing into the sole of his left foot, exuding an eerily blue luster. It was just an insect sting and had not been actively used. Bi Ziwen had only stepped on it, and it had actually pierced through his shoe and sock, and penetrated his defense of origin power and regulations, stabbing into the sole of foot. 222. Bi Ziwen's body suddenly trembled as if he was in a sudden seizure. His eyes rolled upwards and there was white foam gushing from the corners of his lips. Oh no, this insect sting is poisonous. With who they all were, they immediately guessed the reason. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? A great, noble immortal palace tier elite actually could not block an insect sting that had been broken off, and the strong poison had entered his body, further causing a monarch tier like Bi Ziwen to be unable to resist it at all. Lao Liang and the others quickly took out antidote alchemical pills, and forced them into Bi Ziwen. Not long after, Bi Ziwen finally calmed down, but he had also passed out, releasing very deep breathing sounds. At the very least they had finally suppressed the poison. As expected of a lost land from the ancient age, where there is danger at every step, Ai Kaifeng felt lingering fear. He, Lao Liang, and Di Tongxin were all first secret monarch tiers like Bi Ziwen. Since Bi Ziwen had been struck, then they definitely could not be spared either. However, they were luckier and had not stepped on that broken insect sting. But who knew if there would be other insect stings or something similar in this place? Meanwhile, Ling Han glanced at Bi Ziwen and stated, "There is something off with his condition. It does not seem like the poison has been dispelled." What do you know? Ai Kaifeng immediately retorted. He had just spoken and Ling Han replied like this. Wasn't that just purposely undermining him? The highest change antidote pill senior brother be ingested had been personally concocted by the 4-star Grandmaster Zhongqi, capable of easily curing all poisons beneath Celestial King tier. And? Both Lao Liang and Di Tongxin nodded in unison. They naturally were absolutely trusting and reassured about Grandmaster Zhongqi. Ling Han's mouth twitched and he did not speak any further. He was also a 4-star Grandmaster, all right? But since these 3 people did not appreciate his kindness, there was no need for him to be snubbed despite his good intentions. In any case, he was not very close with Bi Ziwen either, nor did they have any kind of relations, so what business was it of his whether the other man lived or died? Bi Ziwen suddenly opened his mouth and released a strange sound. It sounded like it had been forced out from a dead tree. When everyone's attention was drawn to him, Bi Ziwen's eyes suddenly snapped open. The whites of his eyes had become blue, while his pupils had become deathly pale, looking horrifyingly eerie. Chapter 2145, Corroded Corpse. Ha, the poison has really not been cured. Lin Xian deliberately laughed. Ling Han was right. Hearing these words from him, Ai Kaifeng and their group were naturally very displeased about him, but more of their antagonism was directed at Ling Han. Well, it was he that had indeed spoken such words. Naturally, the 4 of them thought that he was the villain. Ling Han glanced at Lin Xian. This man was really a poisonous being. This was a move to deliberately draw animosity towards him. Besieged was moaning louder and louder and then suddenly jumped to his feet in a bounce. His posture was extremely weird, his legs not bending, and he was just standing there as erect as a wooden stick. A spine-chilling aura exuded from those eerily pale eyes. His gaze was focused on Lao Liang, and he suddenly pounced over, opening his mouth and directing a bite at the latter's throat. "Brother B, have you gone mad?" Lao Liang hurriedly retreated. It was as if Besieged had indeed gone mad, his mouth releasing groans that could not be heard clearly as he continued to bite fiercely at Lao Liang. The poison in Senior Brother B's body has not been dispersed. It would be useless to try convincing him, we have to capture him. AI Kaifeng called out and was the first to make his move. Lao Liang and Di Tongxin also moved quickly, suppressing Besieged together, while Yulan Fenghua was only standing on the sidelines and watching the show. Though he was esteemed as the strongest holy son in the history of Imperial Void Sect, limited by his cultivation level, this was above his pay grade. The three moved together and attacked Besieged in unison. However, their cultivation levels and strength were close and similar with Besieged, so how could it be any easy matter to capture the latter? The present Besieged did not have any consciousness at all, and was only aware of opening his mouth and biting others. He did not recognize anyone and had no scruples, but AI Kaifeng and the others did not dare attack him too severely. In this manner, even if they had an advantage in numbers, the advantage would be cancelled out. "Brother Lin Xian, Holy Daughter and Ran, please help us." Di Tongxin requested assistance. Lin Xian looked towards Ran and the latter nodded. The two of them immediately moved, joining the battle. They were much less reserved in their attacks. So what if they wounded Besieged severely? He could slowly recuperate after this. AI Kaifeng and their group could not attack conveniently, and thus did not stop Ran and Lin Xian. On the contrary, they were responsible for restraining Besieged's attacks so that Ran and Lin Xian could go all out and attack freely. Ling Han was bored and watched the show, his arms crossed over his chest. I had never really thought that Brother Ling would actually be a member of the Four Seas Palace. Yulan Fenghua walked over, shaking his head, and bringing a hint of rebuke in his expression. "Brother Ling, you are really too unfriendly, hiding even this from me." Ling Han chuckled, "It's a long story and cannot be summed up in a few words. In brief, I had not deliberately meant to deceive Brother Yulan." Yulan Fenghua also smiled, his gaze flickering slightly. He was measuring his losses and gains. If he moved and got Ling Han killed, just how much trouble would it cause for himself? He thought for a moment and an idea suddenly came to him. There was no need for him to personally move. He could borrow the help of those four senior brothers and senior sister. He was sure that AI Kaifeng and the others were already quite displeased with Ling Han by now. Right. This had been stirred up by Lin Xian as well. Could it be that there was internal conflict within the Four Seas Palace? This could be exploited. On the other side, the five great monarch tiers moving together finally suppressed Besieged. After all, the present Besieged did not have any intelligence and knew only to attack, so it was definite that his battle prowess would be greatly reduced. Each of the five great monarch tiers placed a restriction on Besieged. In this way, unless Besieged's strength was superior to their combined strength, it would be completely impossible for him to break out of these restrictions. "Every step is thorny," they exclaimed ruefully. They had not even taken that many steps and already one of their numbers was down. Just how dangerous was this mystery realm? After stowing Besieged away into a spatial god tool, the seven of them continued their journey. This time they had learned their lesson, keeping their feet elevated about 1 foot from the ground. In this way, there would be no need to fear that something like that insect sting would stab into the soles of their feet. They were not walking very quickly and not long after, 9 fallen bodies appeared abruptly ahead of them. They're all dead. Judging by the extent of decomposition, they've been dead for at least several billion years. That's not right. Hasn't this mystery realm just been discovered? Furthermore, it's a lost land from the ancient age at that. How could there possibly be a corpse that is just several billion years old? They exchanged looks and thought that there was a strangeness about this that could not be described. Could it be that several billion years ago someone has already entered this place? That's right. It is not definite that a mystery realm has to be fully open to allow entry. In the first place, it was already here. Someone must have accidentally barged into this space, though not a single person managed to leave alive, and that was why this place has never been discovered all this while. Logically, this could be explained. The 7 people nodded. This should be the most logical explanation. The corpses have not been touched. Judging from the look of things, internal strife should have happened among the 9 of them, and they killed each other. They continued their deductions. It is also possible that they belonged to 2 different sides, and just happened to encounter one another here, which was followed by the outbreak of battle. That's also possible. There was naturally nothing much to see about the corpses. The 7 of them very quickly resumed their advance, but they had just taken a few steps when Lao Liang suddenly exclaimed in shock, and then turned around and backtracked. "What is it?" Everyone hurriedly followed him. Not long later, Lao Liang had already returned to where the 9 corpses were laid out. He began to flip over a body and he found a jade pendant on that body. He carefully examined it for a while, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. "Senior brother Lao, what is it?" Ai Kaifeng asked. At first Lao Liang did not speak. After a while he replied, "I know this person. His name is Yu Kaiqing." He waved that jade pendant. "And I have been the one to gift this to him too." "What?" Everyone was incredibly stunned by these words, and an intense coldness rose up in them. It should be known that Lao Liang's flame of life had only been burning for around 700 to 800 million years, but these corpses were at least several billion years old. In that case, how would Lao Liang have known this Yu Kaiqing? Was he seeing things? "Senior brother Lao, are you sure that this person is indeed Yu Kaiqing?" Di Tongxin asked. "Perhaps. Yu Kaiqing has also come here and something happened, causing him to leave his jade pendant on this corpse?" "That's right. It's horribly corroded and there is completely no way to distinguish the facial features." Lao Liang shook his head. "The jade pendant has not been dropped on this corpse, but was hidden on this corpse. Hence, this person must definitely be Yu Kaiqing. Could it be that it was impossible that you have mistaken the jade pendant?" These words were the doubt in everyone's mind, but no one spoke it out loud. Since Lao Liang was already so sure, mentioning such words would be equivalent to slapping him in the face. Ling Han took 2 steps forwards and carefully examined the 9 corpses. Previously, they had only been rummaging through the spatial god tools of these 9 people. There weren't any treasures inside. However, Ling Han placed his focus on their wounds this time. Insect sting. Ling Han discovered a wound on the sole of the foot of one of them, where a gleaming blue insect sting was sticking out. Everyone muttered, "It was an insect sting again." Could it be that this person had lost his senses due to the poison, and then killed all of his 8 companions, and ultimately died from the poison himself? Lao Liang continued, "Over 200 years ago, I even met Yu Kaiqing once." His words incited even more shock from the others. Could it be that Yu Kaiqing has also just entered this place and died not too long ago? The natural environment here is unusual, causing a corpse that has only died several years or even several days ago to decompose so badly. Right at this moment, a corpse suddenly released a weird groan, exactly like how Ziwen had done previously. Chapter 2146. Alive. They were really seeing things. Everyone showed an alert expression, and took a few steps back as they looked towards that corpse whose foot had been wounded. It was precisely this corpse that had released that unusual groan. This corpse suddenly stood upright, its knees straight, looking incredibly bizarre. This corpse said nothing and immediately directed a bite at Yulan Fenghua. Yulan Fenghua was just about to move when his face paled in shock. He hurriedly retreated because the other party was far stronger than himself. Humph. Ai Kaifeng smirked coldly and moved to parry the attack. Puh. This blow from him was too terrifying. The corpse was immediately sent flying from the force. Ping, 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 it crashed through at least several hundred giant trees on its course and only then did it finally stop. However, it had not sustained any injuries at all. Immediately, it charged back with a bounce like a sharp arrow. This time it was Ai Kaifeng that was looking surprised. This corpse should have been only a first secret king tier when it had been alive, and now that it was dead, its battle prowess would have become weaker. And he was a first secret mystical power, and should logically have been able to destroy this corpse with a single blow. Yet that was not what had happened. He had sent this corpse flying. It was completely no match for him, but its physique was astonishingly strong and actually stayed undamaged. Strange, very strange. There was something strange about everything in this place. It was obvious that they had been dead for only 200 years at most, yet the decomposition of the corpses had reached an extent as if they had been dead for several billion years. And now, though the person was dead, the strength of his physique was off the charts. The extent of strangeness could not be described. That corpse charged towards them, its hands spread open. Its fingernails were long and sharp, and it turned and clawed out at AI Kaifeng. Ignorance. AI Kaifeng smirked coldly. His strength was superior to the other by who knew how many times over, and it actually dared to attack him. Peng peng peng. AI Kaifeng moved aggressively, and every blow sent that corpse flying and bouncing as if it was just a sandbag that was being beaten. But what incited fear was the fact that no matter how AI Kaifeng attacked it, this corpse was still undamaged, as if it had been refined into divine metal. Ling Han and the others were all wondering. Could it be that this person had focused on cultivating his physique when he had been alive? Otherwise, he had only been dead for a mere 200 years at most, so he couldn't have turned into a zombie so fast, right? But that was not definite because this corpse seemed to have decomposed for several hundred billion years, so any kind of strange change would have been logical. It should be linked to the poison, Ling Han deduced. This poison could cause one to lose his reason and commit mindless slaughter, but perhaps it could also have a great effect on the corpse after death, such that it would become indestructible. Can we capture him and study him carefully? Lin Xian suggested. Though they still held another victim of the poison captive, Ziwen clearly could not be dissected for study, so they could only take this corpse for examination. Easy. AI Kaifeng declared proudly. The gap in battle prowess between both sides was like a gulf. It was one matter for him to be incapable of killing the other party, but it would be incredibly easy to capture it. His hands danced and multiple streaks of light flowed out from the tips of his fingers. Celestial light diffused, and an indescribable might exuded. He had used a celestial technique, so his battle prowess was immediately different. He aggressively suppressed it, and that corpse very soon lay subdued on the ground. It could only chaotically struggle with its arms, yet could not stand up at all. Ah! Di Tongxin suddenly grabbed her head, her eyes shedding tears of blood. What's wrong? Everyone hurriedly asked in shock. I used my divine sense to enter into this corpse, yet did not expect that there is an indescribable darkness lying within. The evil power has directly eradicated that sliver of my divine sense. Di Tongxin's pretty face was shockingly pale, and she looked endearingly pitiful. So powerful. Everyone was stunned. The battle prowess of this corpse was not all that strong, or it would not have been so easily subdued by AI Kaifeng, but it was actually capable of eradicating a sliver of Di Tongxin's divine sense? How was this to be believed? But would Di Tongxin joke about this kind of matter? Strange, everyone declared, but also became even more cautious. They did not dare to enter this corpse using their divine sense any longer, preferring to avoid suffering the same consequences that Di Tongxin had suffered. Monarch tiers like them were destined to reach the highest cultivation level of the celestial path, so their spirit definitely had to be complete. Even if the slightest sliver was lost, it would still have a powerful influence on their future cultivation levels. They wanted to cut open this corpse, but the battle previously had already proven that this corpse's physique was incredibly tough, and it could not be damaged through brute force or regulations. It was practically comparable to a celestial tool, so how were they supposed to deal with it? But there had to be some kind of massive secret hidden behind this corpse. If the secret that could strengthen the physique to the extent of divine metal could be uncovered, just what kind of height could that boost their own battle prowess to? When they thought about this, everyone's breathing became slightly heavy. Only Ling Han was completely unconcerned. He had cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, and the toughness of his physique was something that even a reincarnated ninth heaven celestial king like Ji Wuming had to admit his inferiority in the face of. Naturally, he would not be envious of this kind of inhuman creature. What he was curious about was whether this corpse was really dead or otherwise. Ling Han drew out the divine demon sword, boosted it with the regulation of slaughter and metal, and then sliced at the corpse. Sparks erupted from the corpse, and it released a shrill, uncomfortable screech of friction, causing everyone to frown. What are you doing? AI Kaifeng immediately rebuked. At first he was already very irritated, and Ling Han actually caused such an annoying noise. Was he looking for death? Ling Han merely slanted a sideways glance at him, but did not speak. He disdained from giving any regard to this kind of idiot, who had much too high an opinion of himself, and was completely self-centered, thinking that everyone should listen to him. Just go to hell. Seeing that Ling Han had actually ignored him, AI Kaifeng immediately flew into a rage. They had just entered the mystery realm, and one of their companions had gone mad, so they could only subdue him forcefully. And now they had encountered this kind of mystifying bizarre happening, causing him to become easily angered and hot-tempered. Do you think I do not dare to touch you? AI Kaifeng threatened sinisterly. His strength was completely superior to Ling Han's, and in terms of background the Imperial Void Sect was also a 9th Heaven Celestial King level force, and the Sealed Emotion Palace that backed them was a Heavenly Venerable tier level force that had even surpassed 9th Heaven Celestial King tier. Thus, he could be completely unreserved in his actions as long as he was just a little bit in the right. Hee hee. Ling Han only chuckled. He had used the source power of slaughter, and 4 leaves fluttered lightly. They were obviously extremely fragile, seeming as if they could be blown over by just a breeze, yet could burst out with destructive power that was capable of slicing apart the dome of heaven. He once more delivered a slash towards the corpse. He was sure that there would be extraordinary effects from this now because his own physique was the same. A direct attack would be completely ineffective, and one could only use the power of regulation to slowly kill him. You're looking for death. AI Kaifeng roared in fury. Not only did this brat completely ignore him, he even actually dared to disobey him and still planned to mess around with that corpse. Wasn't this just deliberately opposing him? Even if he couldn't kill Ling Han, he was determined to teach this guy a harsh lesson. Boom, he moved aggressively and shot out a punch. Like a god of fire displaying his might, flames filled the skies. Though Ran was internally extremely displeased, since she had promised her respected master that she would take care of Ling Han, she could only suppress her own displeasure at this time. With a leap, she stood in front of Ling Han, and then stretched out her hand to parry the blow. Puh. Energy surged out madly, and the regulations of the Great Tao clashed, bursting out with soaring flames and light. Ran was completely unmoved, but AI Kaifeng took a consecutive 7 steps back as a streak of blood gushed from the palm of his hand. Holy daughter Ran, what is the meaning of this? AI Kaifeng demanded in displeasure, and felt a sliver of wariness as well. Though he was a monarch tier himself, Ran was a monarch among monarchs and possessed the strength to suppress him. Chapter 2147, Blood Insect. Ran naturally was very unwilling to step out for Ling Han, but Shang Jiwei had issued a strict command to her, and how could she possibly dare to disobey the command of her master? She could ignore anyone in this world, but the only one she did not dare and could not disobey was Shang Jiwei. The debt of raising her, the kindness of teaching her was like the heaven and earth for her. She only looked calmly at AI Kaifeng and said, I will not interfere at other times, but this time, no one is allowed to touch a single hair on his head, or that would mean becoming enemies with me. Holy daughter Ran, you are so mighty. Lao Liang exclaimed coldly, sinister killing intent seeping from him. Though he was only an ordinary monarch tier as well, how could he allow his morale to weaken when he originated from the Imperial Void Sect? Unfortunately, though Yulan Fenghua was also a top-tier monarch tier, he was only a heaven soul at present. Without advancing into the Immortal Palace tier, how could he possibly compare to Ran? Then we'll just go all out in battle. Whom would I be afraid of? Ran was extremely assertive. That was the type of woman she was. Everyone, please calm your anger. Lin Xian stepped out as mediator. His aim was to incite the members of the Imperial Void Sect to target Ling Han, but he absolutely did not have the slightest intention for Ran to also be dragged in. Furthermore, he had not thought that Ran would actually step out for Ling Han's sake either, which made him feel slightly puzzled. Look! Di Tongxin suddenly exclaimed. She was pointing at that corpse. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction, and saw that a slight bit of the corpse had actually been cut from the strike delivered by Ling Han's sharp blade. This portion was the wound on the sole of the foot of the corpse that had been pierced by the insect sting. Initially, the wound had already scabbed over, and now it had once again been sliced open. AI Kaifeng instantly appeared slightly embarrassed. The reason for him making a move on Ling Han was that the latter was causing trouble for no reason, and causing an irritating noise. But he had not thought that the latter was not just messing around but had really cut open this corpse. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face. What he had not managed to do, Ling Han had successfully accomplished. What a joke. The other was merely a heaven soul. No matter how overbearing AI Kaifeng was, he could say nothing at this point. He shut his mouth tightly, yet the killing intent in his heart was bubbling to its pinnacle. He could not tolerate anyone that dared to embarrass him. Yet Ling Han did not take it to heart at all. At present, AI Kaifeng was indeed stronger than him, but that was only true for the present. He only had to advance into the Immortal Palace tier, and he would be able to suppress AI Kaifeng with a flip of his hand. His concentration was completely focused on that corpse. As the divine demon sword sliced continuously, the wound was also endlessly deepening and growing larger. Finally, some clues could be perceived. Gasp. The others were only looking, and when they saw clearly, they couldn't help but inhale sharply. Within that wound there were actually multiple tiny insects squirming. These insects were only the size of a rice grain, and were blood red in color. It was unknown whether they had been of this color in the first place, or if they had been dyed red by blood. However, while these bugs were tiny, they exuded an incredibly evil air, inciting an extreme feeling of disgust just upon first sight. Ling Han was shocked. This kind of disgust did not originate from himself, but was rather an indescribable feeling. He just felt disgusted and there was no reason for it. This was a hatred originating from the heavenly Tao, similar to that caused by the cultivators of the other cultivation system. The tiny insects were the same. Ling Han was not very sure. There was a large disparity between these insects and the cultivators of the other cultivation system that he had come into contact with, but there was a similar stink to them, which was indeed strange. What was stranger was the fact that this wound that had been sliced open was actually squirming, as if it had gained consciousness and wanted to heal the wound. Humph. Lao Liang smirked coldly and swiped out a finger, slicing towards that wound. He could not damage that corpse, but now that there was a wound, how could it be that he would still be unable to? As the finger swiped out, the regulations of the Great Tao turned into a blade that slashed onto these insects. Ji. These insects released a sharp cry, being forcibly crushed into dust by the power of regulation. And when these insects were dead, the squirming of the wound immediately stopped, as if it had suddenly lost all life. Everyone sighed in relief. It looked like the mutation of the corpse was because of these insects. Thankfully, though the corpse could be considered indestructible, these insects could be easily killed. However, everyone's optimism immediately disappeared without a trace, because new insects were crawling out very soon, and the wound that had stopped recovering was once again squirming. Could it be that this corpse was filled entirely with insects? These insects were strange creatures of this place, crawling into this corpse and causing havoc, or was it merely because of that insect sting? If it was the former scenario, there were really thorns all over this place and they had to be extremely cautious. And if it was the latter case, that would be even more terrifying. It was just a single insect sting, so how could it have possibly transmitted these creatures? And this insect sting had clearly been broken off, so how terrifying would the owner be? Previously, Lao Liang and the others had already said that the alchemical pill that Besieged had ingested could heal the powerful poison of anything below Celestial King tier, but the result was the complete opposite. So what did that mean? This poison was of the Celestial King tier. Could it be that an insect that had ascended Tao and become a Celestial King had died here, its corpse scattered throughout this mystery realm? With the strength of a Celestial King, even a part that had been dropped from his body, even when who knew how many billions and billions of years had passed, would still possess the ability to easily destroy the defenses of an Immortal Palace tier. This land of the ancient age could possibly contain an astonishing secret, and Rand said, a hint of excitement flashing over her face. The more dangerous it was, the more she longed for it, because danger also accompanied great fortune. Everyone nodded in unison, but it was not just the few of them that were here. There were also colossal beings like Celestial Kings. If there really was any great fortune, then the chance of them obtaining it was astonishingly slim. However, something like great fortune would have to depend on your own fate and good luck in the first place. It did not mean that just because one was stronger, one would definitely obtain it. Because Ling Han had not suppressed the wound of the corpse very soon recovered. This corpse also released groaning sounds, wanting to climb back to its feet. Refine him with the power of regulations. Everyone made their move, using the regulations of heaven and earth to refine the corpse. Gee. At this, the corpse finally stopped releasing any human-like noises, but rather issued the hum of insects, which was incredibly shrill. Pooh, the corpse suddenly exploded into a shower of blood, and then countless blood insects flew out. It was precisely the disgusting creatures that they had previously seen. They danced all over the skies, unleashing their attacks towards Ling Han and the others. Inconceivable. That corpse was clearly extremely tough and could not be damaged through pure force. It could only be refined through the use of regulations, yet now it had suddenly exploded, as if that was just a pile of ordinary flesh and blood. It was all because of those blood insects. Blood insects surged out like a hurricane and assaulted Yulan Fenghua first. Yulan Fenghua was enraged. Why did these insects attack him first? Could it be that they thought that he was the weakest? That was indeed the case. Though he was a super monarch tier and Ran, Lao Liang and the others were all at first secret, so they naturally overwhelmed him completely, and though Ling Han was also a heaven soul, he was a freak on the level of Ji Wuming and was also more powerful. Thus, this flock of insects attacked Yulan Fenghua first. 3,000 karmic flames, he roared. Boom, a fierce flame immediately surged from his body, burning endlessly. This was a celestial technique that he had newly learned. He could only use it once he had reached Heaven's Soul, and its might was truly terrifying. Multiple seals of great Tao leapt, feeling as if it was capable of melting even pseudo-divine metal into liquid metal. Instantly, large masses of insects were killed, but even more insects were charging over. Chapter 2148, Going Separate Ways. Lao Liang and the others naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch. They each sent out a palm strike and resolved the danger for Yulan Fenghua. Boom, the swarm of insects instantly died by the masses. When they entered into a human body, they would be able to turn a corpse incredibly tough, but they themselves were extremely fragile and weak. Facing a first secret monarch tier, they had completely no power to resist. Xiao, a blood insect the size of a fist, charged out suddenly from the swarm of insects. Its mouthpart was an extremely sharp sting, and it rapidly pounced on Yulan Fenghua. Mother insect. The insect queen. Everyone exclaimed loudly. Though the names were all different, the only thing that could be confirmed was that this insect should be a being like a queen bee, and was the leader of the whole swarm. Pooh. And Ran moved. With only a flick of a slender finger, an ice spike shot out like a sharp sword, and pierced that mother insect, nailing it to the trunk of a tree. The mother insect's tail waved a few times, and all its movements very soon stopped. It had finally died. With its death, the swarm of insects that were still dancing in the air immediately dropped in unison, their corpses scattered all over the ground. It looked like not only was the mother insect leading the whole swarm of insects, it was even their source of life. The moment it died, everything would be finished. Finally settled. So troublesome. To kill these insects, it was necessary to first kill the host that they were living off of, and refine it through the power of regulation, forcing the insect swarm to appear, and then kill the mother insect. Only then would one be able to completely kill them off. They all wanted to know something. What if the person that had been hit was a 4th secret or 5th secret elite or ascending origin tier? Then they would only be able to flee in the face of that kind of opponent. But this kind of worry could not deter their determination to advance at all. The more dangerous it was, the higher the chances that an astonishing treasure could be gained. Meanwhile, Ling Han secretly drew out that old map and surveyed it. This was definitely not something as simple as just a drawing, but rather was a precious item that had been created with considerable effort. For example, when Ling Han had been outside, the map only showed the landscape of the celestial realm. However, after entering here, the map automatically enlarged, showing the conditions of the area around where Ling Han was presently at. When he inserted his divine sense, a 3-dimensional map could even appear in his mind, and he could see every single detail extremely clearly. Of course, this map had been created who knew how many years ago, and it was possible that great changes had also taken place here, and it might have become completely different from what it had been all those years ago. Yet Ling Han was more inclined towards the idea of there being no change or only very small changes. This place should be a place that was completely cut off from the rest of the world. If changes had only taken place internally, the changes should be limited. He studied the map carefully. They were presently in a dense jungle, and if they continued onwards there would be a great mountain which would be followed by a lake, but the map did not show what lay behind the lake. Possibly he would have to walk further ahead for the map to show further details. Because the map had been enlarged, there were even more details, but correspondingly the macroscopic aspect would become smaller. There was an arrow on the map, indicating that Ling Han had to continue walking onwards. Because they now knew how frightening the insect sting was, they became even more cautious as they journeyed onwards, and they also saw even more corroded corpses. They had discovered some a bit too late and were attacked by the corpses. However, they only wasted a little time to refine the corpses and force out the insect swarms which they killed. Some they discovered earlier and managed to circle around them in time, avoiding a battle. Their luck was not too bad as they had not encountered 4th secret, 5th secret, or even ascending origin tier victims. Otherwise they would only be capable of fleeing in panic. Actually, Ling Han hoped that they would encounter such existences. In that way he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity and split off from Enran and the rest, creating an opportunity for himself to sneak off. Over a dozen days later they finally exited the dense jungle. A steep peak that pierced directly into the clouds appeared ahead of them. Divine clouds entwined around it like it was the finger of a celestial king, exuding a boundless intimidating pressure. There must be a precious treasure on this mountain. Ai Kaifeng declared decisively. And we need to explore the mountain. Lin Xian expressed his agreement. Then let's go. Yet Ling Han did not move a single step. Shaking his head, he said, I have no interest in climbing the mountain. The map was pointing straight ahead all this while, and previously the two great celestial kings, Great Cloud Celestial King and Spiritual Mountain Celestial King, had both come here. Even if they considered the treasure here beneath them, there were still other ascending origin tier elites. Furthermore, the celestial kings that had come here were not just limited to the two of them. If there really was some kind of treasure on the mountain, how could a dividing soul tier like himself possibly be capable of taking his share of the loot? Boom. On the peak, there would occasionally be dazzling flashes of light flickering. That was a battle on the level of ascending origin tier, at least, and that could be perceived from the seals of Great Tao. Brat, I was not asking for your opinion. Ai Kaifeng retorted menacingly. He only felt furious Ling Han was again opposing him. I said that there was treasure on the mountain and wanted to climb the mountain, yet you say you're not interested. What are you trying to say here? Lin Xian was also displeased. Ling Han, what is your cultivation level? Since we have decided to climb the mountain, what right do you have to refuse? It can't be that you're afraid, right? Haha, without even the courage to seize food from the tiger's mouth, your accomplishments will be limited as well. If you're so capable, just try and defeat an ascending origin tier, Ling Han casually retorted. Absolute nonsense. Lin Xian humphed. Ling Han crossed his arms over his chest. I dare to say that I can take over a dozen blows from an immortal palace tier, but would you dare to take over a dozen blows from an ascending origin tier? Everyone would be challenging an opponent that was a major tier superior, which was relatively fair. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel embarrassed and could not talk back either. Ling Han was just a freak, remaining completely unscathed even after taking 2 consecutive blows from Enran, but if it was Lin Xian, any ascending origin tier would be able to insta-kill him. How was he supposed to talk back? Ai Kaifeng and the others were stunned. Ling Han could really endure over a dozen strikes from an immortal palace tier? Wasn't that a joke? The immortal palace tier would completely crush the dividing soul tier, and this was an iron rule that anyone would know. It was a truth of the world. I don't want to go up the mountain either, Enran said. You guys can go on ahead and I'll leave with Ling Han. I'll go with you. Lin Xian quickly declared. How could he possibly be willing to separate from Enran? And it was even less possible that he would be willing to provide a chance for Enran and Ling Han to be alone. If so, we'll go our separate ways for now. Di Tongxin smiled slightly. Sister Enran, take care. Enran nodded. She was not particularly skilled in socializing. Lin Xian meanwhile was an expert in making connections. After chatting for a good while with the 4 members of the Imperial Void Sect, he finally waved them goodbye and walked next to Enran. Ling Han secretly complained about his misfortune. There were still 2 tagalongs with him. How was he supposed to throw them off his tail? Let's go, Enran stated coldly. She was already getting impatient from waiting. The 3 of them advanced, circling directly around the tall mountain, and a narrow, long lake appeared ahead of them. Though it was described as narrow, that was only speaking in relative terms when compared to its length. In fact, the width of this lake had reached several tens of thousands of meters, and large fishes could occasionally be seen leaping out of the waters, creating waves that were as tall as several hundred meters. But an eagle streaked past and easily caught such a large fish, leaving with a flap of its wings. The weak would be prey for the strong. This was the law of the jungle. This place is even more dangerous. And Ran stated calmly, though there was a strong caution in her tone. Ling Han nodded inwardly because that giant fish was shockingly at the ascending origin tier. With a hua, the lake waters split apart, and a colossal creature climbed out of the lake and onto the banks. It was shaped like a crocodile but only had 3 legs, one in front and the other 2 at the back. Its tail was wide and thick and it was covered with scales that looked like black iron, sharp as saws. This was not the most frightening part. What was terrifying was the aura that was released by this crocodile. Fifth secret. Lin Xian immediately exclaimed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 2149, Three-Legged Crocodile. Lin Xian was a monarch tier, and could be invincible even with a superior gap of 2 minor levels. Thus, not only was he capable of overwhelming ordinary third secrets, he could manage a battle even against ordinary fourth secrets. At least he would be able to retreat safely. However, against a fifth secret, his only course was to die in defeat. Not just him, even Ran, who was a super monarch tier, could not possibly be the match for a fifth secret elite. Thus, when this colossal creature appeared, Lin Xian and Ran were naturally both astounded. They could not afford a battle, and forceful confrontation would result in definite death. Their only option was to run. This three-legged crocodile immediately charged over, opening its ferocious mouth as it bit towards Ling Han and the others. "Run!" And Ran exclaimed, and as her figure leapt, she did not forget to grab out at Ling Han. She had not forgotten Shang Jiwei's words that she was to protect Ling Han. Lin Xian saw this happen and instantly went mad with jealousy. He naturally was unaware of Shang Jiwei's command, and merely thought that Ran was concerned about Ling Han. Naturally, his flames of jealousy burned brightly, wanting nothing more than to tear Ling Han into pieces. Ling Han's physique was incredibly tough, but in terms of battle prowess he was naturally no match for a first secret monarch tier. Thus, Ran naturally grabbed him easily and he could not resist in the slightest. Xiao and Ran used a movement technique as quick as light. Lin Xian followed closely behind, his eyes glowering at Ling Han, not bothering to hide his killing intent in the slightest. Ling Han saw this and felt slightly gloomy. "I have no wish to have a woman grab me like this either, firstly because it's embarrassing and secondly, how am I supposed to run like this?" If Lin Xian knew the complaint that Ling Han was thinking, he would definitely be even angrier. Wasn't this just refusing to admit that he had received a benefit? Ran and Lin Xian ran and the three-legged crocodile pursued them. Its 3 legs stomped, yet did not touch the ground at all. It was as if the air had become the sea and it could swim freely in the air. However, if the major tier was close enough, the speed of cultivators was actually more or less the same, unless the regulations they cultivated were specialized in fleeing. For example, the regulations of lightning, the regulations of space. Of course, not all regulations of lightning and regulations of space were specialized in speed. However, it just so happened that this three-legged crocodile was specialized in the regulations of lightning, and regulations that were inclined towards speed at that. As its 3 legs paddled, flashes of lightning flickered behind it, causing it to burst out with astonishing speed. It had clearly started off later, and there was still a great distance between it and Ling Han's group, but as it pursued, it was rapidly shortening the distance between the 2 sides. "We can't throw it off, let's battle," Ran declared resolutely. If they encountered another fifth secret or even ascending origin tier demonic beast at this moment, then they would really be dead. All right. Lin Xian was also a monarch tier, so he naturally did not lack fighting spirit. The 2 of them stood firm and Ran casually tossed Ling Han to the side. Then a mirror appeared in her hands. It appeared to be quite similar to the Great Sun Heavenly King mirror. This was a replica at the Immortal Palace tier. Wang, the precious mirror replica shone, shooting out streaks of light. Some shone on Ran, while others fell on the three-legged crocodile, and the effects produced were completely different. Those that landed on Ran boosted her battle prowess, while it seriously weakened the battle prowess of the three-legged crocodile. Even against a fifth secret elite, this could still be extraordinarily effective. and Ran charged towards the three-legged crocodile, and exchanged a blow with this colossal creature. However, she immediately became a streak of light as she was heavily sent flying backwards. Even if her own battle prowess had been boosted, while her opponent's had been decreased, there was a total gap of 4 minor levels between the two sides, and how could it simply be compensated just because a monarch tier now had the use of a precious tool? She was still no match. Lin Xian hurriedly approached. Meanwhile, he had summoned a long spear, and as he brandished it, it was like a green dragon had risen from the sea, releasing multiple roars of a dragon. This was also a pseudo-celestial tool and had incredible might. Unfortunately, that three-legged crocodile was too strong. Merely with a sweep of its tail, it sent Lin Xian flying backwards. However, Ran had also charged back and restrained this three-legged crocodile, not giving it the chance to hunt Lin Xian down. The two of them battled in this manner. Taking it in turns, they would restrain the three-legged crocodile. Though they were at a complete disadvantage in this situation, if the three-legged crocodile did not manage to succeed even after a long battle, it would probably retreat on its own discreetly. Ling Han watched for a while and knew that Ran's safety was assured. Furthermore, with the fact that Shang Jiwei was willing to let her come out, the former most probably had bestowed on her some kind of super treasure, though its use would be limited, or she would have to pay a great sacrifice for its use. His feelings towards Shang Jiwei were very conflicted. He was furious that she had killed Long Yuexi, but at the same time the concern that Shang Jiwei showed him was genuine, and made him feel slightly touched as well. Thus, he was also concerned for this disciple of Shang Jiwei. When he was sure that she would be fine, he smiled and said, "I would not be of help even if I stayed, so I won't stay around to be a hindrance. I'll leave first." Saying this, he broke into a run and fled. "Stand right there." Ran exclaimed furiously. Aside from agreeing to protect Ling Han, she had also been assigned another mission, and that was not to let Ling Han out of her sight. There was a person inside his spatial god tool that her master was determined to kill. She did not know why Shang Jiwei had not simply used brute force with her astonishing strength, but since Shang Jiwei had said so, she had to fulfill the mission fully. When a woman had a job, they would sometimes disregard all consequences completely. She suddenly turned and left, setting off in pursuit of Ling Han. Lin Xian was astounded. How could he possibly be capable of blocking a 5th secret tier immortal beast on his own? He had barely even finished the thought when he was struck by a sweep of the three-legged crocodile's tail, and had been sent flying who knew how far. Thankfully, the three-legged crocodile had not set off to pursue him, but rather switched its target to Ling Han and Ran. To be more accurate, it was Ling Han that it was targeting because it could sense that there was something that it needed within Ling Han's body. Source power of heaven and earth. Ran's figure shot forwards furiously, quickly shortening the distance between herself and Ling Han. Just when it looked like he was about to surpass the maximum limit of Ran's assault range, Ling Han immediately cast void space. Space warped and innumerable mirrors appeared. It seemed like he was everywhere. If this was any other time, Ran naturally could easily move to crush all the mirror images. Then there would be nowhere for Ling Han to hide, and he could only be captured by her. However, presently, there was still an immortal beast at the 5th secret chasing behind her, so what time would she have to make a move? She could only wait, but the three-legged crocodile was rapidly catching up to her. With a sweep of its tail, endless energy swept out madly, and those mirror images were instantly shattered. Where was Ling Han? Ran involuntarily frowned. She had been waiting for Ling Han's true self to appear, but under the sweep of the three-legged crocodile's tail, all the mirror doppelgangers were already destroyed, yet there was still no trace of Ling Han. How could someone completely disappear like that? A spatial god tool? She had not considered this possibility at all, unless it was a spatial god tool that a celestial king had forged from divine metal that should be considered a spatial celestial tool then. Otherwise, no spatial god tool could possibly hold up to this kind of blast. Because a spatial god tool could only be forged from level 20 godly metal, and could not be forged from pseudo-divine metal, the godly metal that overlapped would cause spatial effects, and could not possibly be successfully forged. And using divine metal to forge a spatial celestial tool was much too luxurious. Even with the wealth of the Four Seas Palace, they could not afford it. There were so many celestial kings waiting to use divine metal to forge celestial tools. Then where was Ling Han? Even if he had been killed with the strike from the three-legged crocodile, there should still have been some scraps left, and there should have been shattered pieces of his spirit as well. How strange. However, after the three-legged crocodile faltered for a moment, it then unleashed a fierce assault against her. Chapter 2150. Almost insta-killed. With the attack of a strong enemy, and Ran naturally did not have the leisure to search for Ling Han's whereabouts, or think about exactly where the latter had gone. As she battled, she retreated, fleeing off farther and farther. I finally tossed her off my back. Ling Han came out of the Black Tower and breathed a long sigh of relief. Now he was really free to go anywhere he wanted. His brow immediately furrowed in a frown as he sensed a familiar aura was rapidly rushing towards him. Ling Han. Lin Xian released a furious roar and he charged over from a distance. With him stabbing his spear into the air in front of him, suddenly the force of the spear took shape, and shot towards Ling Han like a sharp arrow. As this spear attack swept past, the ground around him all cracked, showing how frightening this blow was. Or was it rather that the surroundings of this place were extraordinarily sturdy? Otherwise, with such a sweeping blow from a first secret monarch tier, this place would have long since been turned into a great pit that was as deep and wide as an ocean. Ling Han thought for a moment and then did not enter into the Black Tower. Instead he turned around and ran. To enter into the Black Tower whenever he got into trouble was not advisable. Can you run? Lin Xian smirked coldly, pursuing him relentlessly. Ling Han laughed loudly and drew out the divine demon sword. He turned around and delivered a slash, the sword chi alarming. Even if Lin Xian was a first secret monarch tier, he did not dare allow this strike to land on him. However, his strength was too powerful. He merely clenched his fist and shot out a punch, and this streak of sword chi was shattered, and his speed only paused for just a slight moment. Just how wide was the gap in speed between the Immortal Palace tier and Dividing Soul tier? Lin Xian quickly closed the distance between the two of them. His right hand wielded the spear, while his left hand was free as he blasted out an attack at Ling Han. At present, his jealousy was on full throttle, and there was no one around either. Even if he killed Ling Han, there would be no one who would know. He could just blame it on those ferocious beasts. What would it have to do with him? Die. A vicious light flashed through Ling Han's eyes as well. He actually turned against the flow and greeted Lin Xian's attack head-on. Puh. The force of the punch reached him. This was a blow that could break 4-star pseudo-divine metal from its force, but when it landed on Ling Han, it did not cause any kind of damage and only sent Ling Han flying backwards. Wong. Void space unfolded and Ling Han switched out. Immediately he appeared behind Lin Xian and sent out his own punch. Haha, I have already seen this move before. Do you think I will have no precautions in place? Lin Xian countered with a smirk. He sent out his spear in a reverse stab. It was fast, accurate, vicious, and ruthless, showing fully the strength he possessed as a monarch tier. Ling Han was neither angered nor shocked, and was presently gathering momentum for a superstorm. Great Clash of Source Powers. The Great Clash of Source Powers was created from combining 5 source powers of heaven and earth, so how great would its might be? It was enough to explode a hole in the void. Immediately Lin Xian paled in great shock. This attack was so terrifying that it was completely unimaginable to him. He admitted that Ling Han was very strong, being capable of sustaining a few blows from even a first secret monarch tier, but he absolutely did not think that Ling Han's battle prowess could actually threaten him. But when this attack was launched, he immediately sensed that if he was hit, he would be dead beyond a doubt. But he had underestimated his enemy too far. Yes, he knew that Ling Han's physique was astonishingly tough, and also knew that the latter possessed an ability allowing instant movement. Thus, this counter from Ling Han was completely within his expectations. However, precisely because of this, he had been careless because he had not taken Ling Han's strength to heart at all. Thinking of dodging only now? How could that be? Boom, a great explosion took place in the air, and the area within the surrounding 5 kilometers was completely flattened. However, when the storm of energy stopped, Lin Xian was still standing, and there was a seal with an indescribable shape flickering behind him, exuding a supreme aura. The seal bestowed by a celestial king had just managed to block that fatal blow. As expected, though the spiritual mountain celestial king had left, how could he be completely unprepared? With the protective regulations personally bestowed by a seventh heaven celestial king, even an ascending origin tier could not possibly kill Lin Xian. Of course, now that the celestial king tier seal had been used, its power would begin to disappear. Thus, this was a last resort to save his life and could not be used easily. Lin Xian stared at Ling Han in shock, his face bearing an expression of absolute disbelief. He, a monarch tier of his era, a great and noble immortal palace tier, had actually almost been killed by a mere heaven soul, and it would be an insta-kill at that. He was still blowing his own trumpet. If he had not been given a power boost from the spiritual mountain celestial king, how could he possibly be exclaiming in shock at this moment? This person was too dangerous. Lin Xian's expression was filled with shock, but the killing intent in his heart had already reached a point of no return. At this moment, no matter who appeared, no one would be able to stop him from killing Ling Han. Without killing this brat, he would not be able to rest or eat in peace. Die. He charged out once more, but since he now knew that Ling Han had such a frightening deadly move, he naturally had prepared himself as well. If he made the same mistake twice, he would not deserve the name of a monarch tier. Of course, Ling Han sent out another strike of great clash of source powers, yet Lin Xian managed to leap away in time, and left the attack range of this move far behind him. What's wrong, not daring to take the blow? Ling Han grinned widely. I have taken all your strikes head-on, yet you don't dare to face my attacks head-on. What kind of immortal palace tier are you? Fuck, it's not me that is weak here, but rather that you are too freakish. What dividing soul tier's attack could penetrate the defenses of an immortal palace tier, and pose a threat to the latter? And how many dividing soul tiers would have defenses that could hold up to even the attack of an immortal palace tier? Ling Han was the only one. How could there be such a freak in this world? And Lin Xian could not retort either. It was indeed he, an immortal palace tier, that was dodging, and not daring to face Ling Han's strike head-on. He was really going to kill himself with his depression. Die. 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 Lin Xian had learned his lesson, and did not approach Ling Han further. Instead, he delivered his attacks from a distance. He was superior to Ling Han by a major tier, and even if there was such a wide distance between them, he could still pose a massive threat to Ling Han with such long-distance attacks. On the other side, Ling Han's great clash of source powers was limited by distance, and could no longer become a threat to Lin Xian. In this manner, Ling Han was instantly in a crisis. Ling Han no longer lingered in battle. The great clash of source powers could only be an unexpected move, and if he could not deal with his opponent with a single blow, he would have no further chances afterwards. If he still had another source power of heaven and earth, he could just enter into the Black Tower, and directly cultivate to the consummate level of dividing 9 souls before coming back out. By then, he would be equivalent to the first secret immortal palace tier, and he would then be able to turn around and oppress Lin Xian as easily as mowing down weeds. Still trying to escape? No way. Lin Xian set off in pursuit. There was absolutely no way he was going to let his opponent leave. Today, Ling Han definitely had to die. Ling Han ignored him completely and only used his movement technique, moving as fast as lightning. Lin Xian used all the means at his disposal, but Ling Han's methods of ensuring his own safety were varied and plentiful. Void space allowed him to have thousands and thousands of mirror images, while the indestructible heaven scroll allowed him to sustain attacks that were above his limits. When the indestructible true fluid channeled, he could instantly return back to the prime of his health from a near-death state. One pursued while the other fled. 7 days passed and Lin Xian couldn't help but feel shocked. In such a long time he actually failed to capture a mere heaven soul. His killing intent burned even brighter, while he was also filled with curiosity about Ling Han. This person had to have some massive secret to him, or how could he possibly be so freakish? He would kill this guy and snatch his great fortune for himself. Thus he strengthened his resolution. He had completely dismissed the idea of seeking the treasure that was possibly within this mystery realm from his mind, and focused on pursuing Ling Han. He was sure that if he captured Ling Han, his gains would surpass all else. Another half-month later, an unknown coldness suddenly rose up in Lin Xian. A blood-red fog was wafting right ahead, and this filled him with endless chills. Involuntarily he stopped moving. If he chased into this fog he would definitely die. This was his instinctive feeling. Chapter 2151, Celestial King Tier Skin? Ling Han naturally was not just running around randomly. Actually, he had been checking that old map all this while, and going in the direction indicated by the arrow. A swamp had appeared ahead of him, and a blood-red mist was wafting right above the swamp, causing an instinctive coldness to rise up within him. That substance could not be touched, or even one with his physique would be instantly turned into bones. He did not know why he would have this kind of instinctive feeling, but did not doubt it in the slightest. However, right at this moment, the ancient map suddenly released a sliver of intent within Ling Han's mind for him to continue onwards. What, wasn't this just a map? How could it possibly release mental intent? Ling Han suddenly realized that he had underestimated the value of this map. In fact, all the people of the ancient alchemy tower had also made an error in judgment. The value of this map far surpassed their estimations. An inconceivable trust led Ling Han into choosing not to stop, but rather forge on ahead bravely. He drew out the ancient map, and saw that this map was exuding a blazing light, but upon closer look, he discovered that this light was actually originating from the backside of the ancient map. Because Lin Xin had ceased his pursuit, Ling Han had the time to take out the ancient map and study it closely. He flipped the map over and saw that there was an ancient seal on the backside of the old map, and it was this seal that was glowing, exuding supreme celestial might and blocking the surging blood mist. So weird. A strange feeling suddenly rose up in Ling Han. While he had never seen the seal before, it felt familiar to him. Xiao Gu. Right, it was precisely Xiao Gu. Ling Han suddenly recalled that this seal was astonishingly of the same trend as the bone seals on Xiao Gu. Even if he had not reached this kind of level, he could still confirm that there was a strong link between the two. He flipped through the ancient map closely, and the shock in his expression became more and more pronounced. This was human skin, celestial king tier skin. He had a guess. Years ago, a supreme existence had died, and a single bone had turned into Xiao Gu, while his human skin had been made into this ancient map. Xiao Gu had been a ninth heaven celestial king in the past, and who could be able to make his human skin into a map? A heavenly Venerate. Ling Han couldn't help but moan secretly about the misfortune. If the ancient map had long since shown these strange signs, he might have communicated with Xiao Gu long ago, and perhaps he would have gotten some answers. However, now that the human skin was glowing, it protected Ling Han as he continuously advanced. The blood mist could not attack him, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xin roared furiously. Even he did not dare enter this kind of blood mist, but Ling Han was walking like he was on flat ground. This naturally had to be because there was a shocking treasure in Ling Han's possession that could resist the corrosion of the blood mist, and this made him feel even greater envy. Just how many treasures were there in Ling Han's possession? Just when it looked like Ling Han's figure was about to disappear, Lin Xin could no longer hold himself back. He took a step towards the blood mist, wanting to use the Celestial King tier seal to resist the blood mist, and then seek Ling Han out and kill him. Yet he had just taken one step when he saw that the Celestial King tier seal immediately released blazing light, but the blood mist surged, continuously barraging the light and causing it to rapidly dim. What? Lin Xin almost exclaimed in shock. The method that had been arranged by a seventh heaven celestial king was actually so ineffective? Just what kind of damn thing was this blood mist? Could it be that it was ninth heaven celestial king tier in level? It should be known that the spiritual mountain celestial king was no ordinary seventh heaven elite, but was capable of ranking in the middle ranks even among eighth heaven celestial kings. What could this mean? The treasure in Ling Han's hands was at the ninth heaven celestial king tier. Lin Xin's heart immediately throbbed wildly. To say nothing of him, even his master would be envious if he found out about this kind of treasure. Thus, he definitely could not allow the news to leak out, or there would be nothing left of the treasure for him. Initially, the best idea was to contact the spiritual mountain celestial king, but now Lin Xin changed his mind. He just stayed and waited outside the blood mist. In any case, this swamp was not very big. He only had to sit by and wait here, and when Ling Han came out, he could deliver a fatal strike. No matter how long it took, he would continue waiting. Ling Han entered into the depths of this swamp, and as the blood mist diffused, a great portion of the landscape affected his visibility. Even he could only see what was just 30 meters around him, and anything that surpassed this distance would only be a blurry, vague sight to him. It was completely empty inside here, but if there was anything strange, it was the fact that the swamp waters were completely blood red in color, as if it was the evaporation of these bloody waters that had created such a large mass of blood mist. Ling Han did not know exactly how terrifying this blood mist was. Under the protection of the Celestial King Tier skin, it was like he was untouchable. Ling Han was sure that if this thing could be active continuously, even a 7th Heaven Celestial King bone could not do anything to him, because Xiao Gu could barely compare to an 8th Heaven Celestial King. Then, even if this skin was slightly inferior, it would still be capable of matching 7th Heaven Celestial King Tier, right? Unfortunately, he could not activate it at all. Ling Han stood still. A dark shadow had appeared ahead of him. It was like a pillar that had been stabbed upright into the ground. What on earth is this? He set off again, and that dark shadow became clearer and clearer, while Ling Han's expression became more and more shocked. This was actually the leg of an insect, but it was not complete and was merely a section of it. Black spikes covered the entirety of the leg, exuding an eerily cold light, and the place it had been broken off it was presently dripping with blood, and it was precisely this that was the source of the blood waters of this swamp. What's going on? Why would the ancient map lead him all the way here? Wasn't it said that there was a celestial medicine that was several 100 billion years old here? And it was this thing? If anyone were to declare that this was a celestial medicine, even if it was a celestial king, Ling Han would call him an idiot. He had walked too closely and the broken-off leg released a ripple, which turned into millions and millions of blood insects that assaulted Ling Han. The Celestial King Tier skin immediately glowed, blocking these blood insects. Ling Han couldn't help but gape. Could it be that the insect leg he had previously discovered had the same origins as this thing? It was not impossible. Ling Han studied it carefully, and the spikes on the broken-off leg looked very much like an insect's leg, and if they were broken off, it was completely discernible that this was a broken-off insect leg. The insect's leg would be broken off here, and with the traces of the wound being so obvious, it had clearly been torn off with force. Then, at least 10 epochs ago, a great battle had broken out here, and an elite had had his leg torn off. Then was one of the sides of the battle Xiao Gu's past life. This is Heavenly Venerable Tier Aura. Small Tower suddenly declared. What? Ling Han was incredibly stunned. Heavenly Venerable Tier, this insect leg was at the Heavenly Venerable Tier? Hold on, he had previously sensed the evil aura given off by those insects, and they were not recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Could it be? That's right. It's not a Heavenly Venerate that originates from this space, Small Tower stated solemnly. There is no information about this Heavenly Venerate of the foreign realm in my memory. It is highly possible that he invaded before I was even born. At this, Ling Han was really shocked. He had actually discovered the leg of a Heavenly Venerable Tier here, though it was not the slightest bit pleasant to look at, furry and covered with spikes. Was every being in the foreign realm ugly? Going by that theory, could it be that Xiao Gu had been a Heavenly Venerate in his last life as well? That's not right, wasn't he called the Bone Demon Celestial King? Ling Han suddenly clammed up. The Bone Demon Celestial King was Xiao Gu's last life, but it was said that he had also ascended Tao from his origins as a bone. What bone would be so powerful to not only gain consciousness, but even ascend to become a 9th Heaven Celestial King? If it was the bone left behind by a Heavenly Venerate, then there would be nothing strange about it. Heavenly Venerable Tier was really that awesome. Which also means that there hadn't actually been just 4 Heavenly Venerates in the Celestial Realm at that time, but rather, 5 of them. Chapter 2152, Ancient Heavenly Venerate. How many years had the Celestial Realm existed for? No one knew. Perhaps those 3 Heavenly Venerates knew, but who would dare ask them? In such a long passage of time, what would be strange about having as many as 5 or even 6 Heavenly Venerates appear? That's not right. Ling Han immediately said. I remember that you have said that the most terrifying battle of the invasion of the foreign realm only broke out 8 epochs ago, but this clearly is a mystery realm that has already existed since the ancient age. In terms of time, this does not match. Unless. Small Tower immediately continued, the foreign realm has long since invaded the celestial realm before. Ling Han nodded. Why had this battle never been heard of before, even when a Heavenly Venerate has died? There would be lapses in history. This is very normal. If the battle at that time was too tragic, leading to the deaths of all the cultivators, it is natural that the tale could not possibly be left behind. Years later, the world of cultivation was revitalized and produced a new generation, Small Tower said. Which also meant that over a dozen epochs ago the foreign realm had already invaded, and the celestial realm of that era had managed to successfully stop them. Of course, they'd also paid an exorbitant price, but the connecting point between the two realms that had been opened had also been blocked. Hence, a considerable number of epochs had passed again, and this connecting point was once again opened, leading to a new wave of invasion. At that time, the foreign realm were invaders, but if the celestial realm had to pay the sacrifice of having the entire world of cultivation eliminated just to destroy the invaders, that meant that the gap in strength between both sides was extremely wide. It should be known that in a battle in the celestial realm, the foreign cultivators would be hindered by this heaven and earth, and they would not be able to draw on the regulations of this heaven and earth at all, and they managed to destroy all the cultivators of the celestial realm even then, so the gap in strength naturally could not be more obvious. Perhaps, the reason the invasion of the foreign realm ended in failure previously was because they had underestimated the strength of the celestial realm, and thought that when only a few epochs had passed, the world of cultivation of the celestial realm would not have recovered yet, and they became careless. But going by that theory, this time the foreign realm would send out greater strength, yet there is one less heavenly Venerate on the side of the celestial realm than the last time. Then, when the next great war breaks out, will the celestial realm still manage to stop them? Ling Han and Small Tower both fell silent, and felt like a heavy rock was weighing down on their hearts. It would be useless to think of these matters. I only have to concentrate on strengthening myself. Ling Han immediately regained his confidence. He wanted to become a heavenly Venerate as soon as possible. Perhaps the strength of the celestial realm would still be lower than the foreign realms even when he became a heavenly Venerate, but when he was qualified to join the war, he would at least be able to have control over his own fate. However, I still don't understand. Why did this ancient map, or rather this heavenly venerable tear skin, want to lead me here? Ling Han stroked his chin. Was it just to see this furry and incredibly creepy insect leg? I understand, Small Tower said suddenly. This place contains the last source power of heaven and earth that you need, Small Tower said slowly. What? Ling Han was both shocked and overjoyed. It's not an ordinary source power of heaven and earth, but rather the most mysterious and profound source power of time, Small Tower said. Oh. Ling Han nodded, not very concerned. Small Tower swayed from side to side, indicating a shake of the head. Idiot. Any regulation would be the same in Celestial King tier, and there are 9 source powers of heaven and earth, so what's so different? Ling Han explained his own rationale. Exceedingly wrong. Small Tower shook its head. Time is the most important regulation of this world, but at the same time, it is also incredibly simple. Past, present, and future. It only has these 3 changes, so there is only a single regulation of time. Only one. Ling Han also became serious. There are 9 of all the other source powers of heaven and earth, but there is only one regulations of time, which is equivalent to 9 combined into 1. Do you think that is the same? Small Tower countered. Ling Han nodded. The regulations of time should be the most valuable source power of heaven and earth. In truth, the regulations of time were also the most frightening regulations of heaven and earth. Even in the Celestial King tier, even if it could not overwhelm the other regulations of heaven and earth, it was still incredibly powerful. At first, I thought that if you could gain the 9th source power of heaven and earth, that could only be poison, but I never thought that this unique and sole source power of time would actually appear here. Small Tower appeared extremely stunned. Which also means that the karmic life heavenly venerable had also not managed to obtain the regulations of time then? Ling Han asked. Of course. Small Tower had never been one to give Ling Han any face. Ling Han did not take it to heart. He naturally knew that this was speaking nonsense, but to be capable of surpassing the karmic life heavenly venerable in some aspect made him feel very pleased. Otherwise, he would keep feeling that he was just walking the ladder's path, one step at a time, and nothing had changed in the slightest. He did not want to do that. He wanted to walk his own path. Then where is the source power of time? Ling Han asked, seeming slightly anxious. Once he obtained the source power of time, he would immediately enter into the Black Tower for seclusion, and directly form his 9th divided soul. Then he would come out to beat up the idiot Lin Xian. Since this map has led you here, the answer naturally lies within it, Small Tower said, practically pushing all the responsibility onto the map. Ling Han took up the map and again poured his divine sense inside, searching for the means to obtain the source power of time. 1. The heavenly venerable tear skin exploded in light, and that seal released even more brilliant light. A supreme aura instantly enshrouded the entire mystery realm. So what if they were 8th heaven or 7th heaven celestial kings? Their hearts still shuddered wildly as if they were faced with a great foe. However, this aura was controlled so that it was only felt within the range of the mystery realm. Otherwise, if it spread out, it would probably draw a few supreme beings over. For example, the sealed emotion heavenly venerable. Boom! That insect's leg glowed eerily, releasing an attack towards the heavenly venerable tear skin. These two existences were both at the heavenly venerable tear years ago, and while their owners had obviously died by now, the little bit that was left behind was still extremely terrifying. If it were not for the fact that he was protected by the heavenly venerable tear skin, Ling Han would definitely have long since been ground into dust. However, Ling Han also had a heavenly venerable tear tool. He only had to enter into the Black Tower, and he was sure that there should be no problem for it to just match the remains of a heavenly Venerate. Ling Han discovered that this heavenly venerable tear skin was actually destroying the aura of the insect leg. No, destroying was not an appropriate word. Both sides were more or less equal, and neither could suppress the other. Thus they were canceling each other out. The seal on the heavenly venerable tear skin became dimmer and dimmer, and the flow of blood from the insect leg also became dimmer. Finally, when a certain point was reached, boom, the heavenly venerable tear skin in Ling Han's hands burned fiercely, and was instantly burnt into ashes, no longer existing in this world, and the insect's leg also stopped bleeding. It rapidly decomposed and turned into ash which dissolved in the waters. Thankfully, there was still a streak of light on Ling Han. That was what the heavenly venerable tear skin had bestowed on him before disappearing, which continued to protect him from being corroded by the blood mist. Just at this moment, Ling Han sensed a different aura. Source power of heaven and earth. Though each and every source power of heaven and earth was different, since they were all birthed from the heaven and earth and were manifestations of great Tao, it was natural that they would have similarities in their essence. Thus, he could immediately confirm that this was the aura of a source power of heaven and earth. It was suppressed beneath the insect leg. At the time, the heavenly Venerate of the foreign realm should have died together with Xiao Gu's past incarnation, but before it died, it had still used its corpse to suppress the source power of time, and Xiao Gu's past version had taken the form of a layer of skin, which refined itself into a map to guide future visitors to come to this place to retrieve the source power of heaven and earth. The two great heavenly Venerates both went to so much effort, and this was proof enough of the importance of the source power of time. If it was obtained by the foreign realm, it would definitely cause a massive blow to the celestial realm, and if Ling Han obtained it, then he would gain endless benefits. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.